never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Immigration advocates tell NBC News they're frustrated with President Biden's ambiguous border policies, asserting that the administration lacks clear wins on immigration. That's according to Janet McGuire, president of Unidos US, describing the situation as one step forward and two steps back. Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, asserted on ABC's The View that Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez should be expelled from the U.S. Senate. Fetterman drew parallels to the recent expulsion of Representative George Santos from the House of Representatives.
Santos's kind of lies were almost, funny, and he, landed on the moon and a guy kind of stuff. Whereas, I think, Menendez, is really a senator for Egypt, not New Jersey.
Fetterman says Menendez, who faces federal charges related to a bribery scheme, should face similar consequences if Santos deserved expulsion from Congress. A New York man stabbed 4 family members to death, injured 2 officers, and set a fire before being shot dead by authorities. Upon arrival, the suspect stabbed 2 officers, leading to his fatal shooting and the discovery of 5 stabbed individuals, with 4 fatalities in Queens, New York. Oscar-winning actress Susan Sarandon apologizing for her anti-Semitic rant at a pro-Palestinian rally in New York City after her Hollywood talent agency dropped her.
Sarandon saying her remarks were a terrible mistake. Back on November 17th, she tells the crowd in Union Square that Jews are getting a taste of what it is like to be Muslim in this country, so often subjected to violence. But on Instagram, Sarandon now writing, this phrasing was a terrible mistake, as it implies that until recently, Jews have been strangers to persecution, when the opposite is true.
This is USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
A federal appeals court on Friday allowed lawsuits against Donald Trump over the U.S. Capitol riot to proceed.
The court dismissed Trump's claims of presidential immunity, but stated that he can continue to argue that his actions were taken in his official capacity as president as the lawsuits move forward. Trump contends that his rally speech addressing matters of public concern is protected by absolute presidential immunity, preventing him from being sued over the January 6th, 2021 riot. I'm John Schaefer.
A devoted University of Michigan graduate is suing the state after losing his cherished Go Blue license plate. Joseph Hardig III, a suburban Detroit lawyer, expressed the plate's sentimental value passed down from his late father and used on family vehicles for years. When attempting to renew it, he found it assigned to another car owner. Hardig is seeking a court order to prevent the state from transferring the plate to an Ann Arbor man, also a University of Michigan graduate living near the football stadium. Jerry Turner, known as the Golden Bachelor, has not only chosen his lady, Teresa Nist, but they have also revealed plans to marry next month. The announcement was made during the After the Final Rose special, and the couple's wedding will be featured on an ABC wedding special on January 4th. The show is sending the couple to Italy. Turner expressed a desire to tie the knot quickly, stating, "We're going to do it as quickly as possible because we don't have a lot of time to waste." Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, there you go. Welcome in, welcome aboard. We close out another weekend. Yeah, obviously, we're well into December. First December weekend, closing it out. 4th day of December coming on here. Hope you had a good weekend. Here comes the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Ready to roll into the greatest day of the week. So what do you think? What a crazy, crazy weekend. We knew things were going to really shake up in the college football playoff scenario. Who's in, who's out? Yep. We got the full breakdown for you. And, of course, as anticipated, we couldn't be headed into the playoff season without some controversy. Oh, what a controversy. Of course, week number 13, NFL action. Hey, we had an upset here just within the hour. Sunday night football, the Packers upsetting the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't think anybody saw that coming. All the commentators prior to the game had the Chiefs win in this one. 27-19 was the final score. So, how about that? Green Bay Packers. Of course, the 13th weekend in the NFL will close out Monday night. Primetime, Cincinnati Bengals versus the Jaguars. Without Joe Burrow. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, boy, we enjoyed a beautiful weekend. It's kind of a rainy day Friday, but the rain's cleared out. Temperatures warmed up. It turned out to be a great weekend for getting those Christmas decorations out in the yard. Had highs in the middle 50s, both Saturday, Sunday. Now we're going to get a bit of a reality check. And we're going to be talking some wintry weather. Yes, forecasters say a quick... It's called an Alberta Clipper. We're familiar with those when the winter months roll around. Just kind of a nuisance rain and snow showers stretching from Minnesota to Maryland as we get the first few days of the week underway. It's going to quickly dive through the Midwest, and that's going to put some major metro areas in line for a bit of snowfall. Wintertime storms that originate in the Canadian province of Alberta tend to move rather quickly along in a southward dip of the jet stream along the Great Lakes in the Northeast. That's why we call them clippers. This particular clipper is poised to dive into North Dakota starting today, Monday, reaching the western Great Lakes by Monday night, the Ohio Valley by Tuesday, then exiting the U.S. off the mid-Atlantic coast by Tuesday night. So pretty swift-moving storm through the northeastern half of the country. To the south of the storm track, it's going to be rain or a mixture of rain and snow. Yeah, all snow further to the north, though. Precip's expected to be light, mainly just a nuisance for most along the path of this system. AccuWeather said there could be a few areas where some slippery spots develop, especially higher elevations where the snow falls during the overnight hours. So as this thing dives to the southeast, Milwaukee, Chicago, Grand Rapids, and Detroit, Michigan, all be in line for some light snow. In many of these areas, temperatures may be within just a few degrees of freezing, so any accumulation should be limited to the non-paved surfaces. The window to watch for potential issues on the roads will be Monday night, as the temperatures will drop well enough below freezing. Current forecast highlights the zone to be along the path between Minneapolis to Madison, Wisconsin, overnight Monday. By Tuesday morning, folks in and around the Cleveland area may step outside to a few flakes of snow. Headed into Tuesday night, the Clipper's going to track into the central Appalachians, the mid-Atlantic states. At this point, any accumulation will likely end up being an elevation-based scenario. Not out of the realm of possibility that maybe a few slushy inches of snow fall in the higher terrain of southwestern Pennsylvania, western Maryland, and West Virginia. Precip from this storm will mainly stay south of the areas in New England, where 6 to 12 inches of snow can fall as the new week begins. Otherwise chilly, but generally seasonable air persisting for the Midwest and the Northeast. Along the Northeast coast, temperatures may dip several degrees below average by midweek, as breezy conditions going to make it feel a bit cooler there. Meanwhile, last week we had talked about the atmospheric river that was going to be setting up in the western portions of the country. And indeed, that atmospheric river has begun. It's a bit of a lull in the action right now. But we've seen some soaking rains and heavy mountain snow with feet of snow in some areas. Well, that trend's going to continue. Additional wet weather spreads across the region for much of the upcoming week. From now to Wednesday, forecasters anticipate locations across Washington, Oregon, northwestern California, northern Idaho, western Montana, may anticipate maybe 1 to 2 additional inches of rainfall, 4 to 8 along the coast. Rainfall could, in some areas, really be stacking up. There's been numerous reports from the beginning of the weekend, flooded roadways, travel disruptions. We've seen rock and mudslides in northwest California and western Washington. Folks are warned that additional rain in the northwest between now and Wednesday could further worsen conditions for areas already impacted by the deluge you've seen over the recent days. The highest population centers in the Northwest, Seattle and Portland, Oregon, could potentially add up a month's worth of rain in the first 6 days of December as this prolonged stretch of rain continues. As of Sunday evening, 1¼ inches has fallen in Seattle since the start of the month. Portland, nearly 2¼ inches. Both of those cities expected to receive an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain between now and Wednesday. So the historical average monthly rainfall December would be like 5.72 inches for Seattle, nearly the same for the Portland area. But we do have flood watches and advisories in place for numerous counties across western Washington and Oregon right through Wednesday night with this steady stream of rain that's going to continue to move inland. These areas, no strangers to plenty amount of rain over a short time, especially during the months from November to January. All right, of course, the higher elevations. We saw a lot of disruptions over the weekend to many of the passes out west. Matter of fact, Snoqualmie, when they tell you to chain up, it's not a joke. I've got the scoop where I believe there were 30 tractor trailers that shut down Snoqualmie, but they had failed to chain up. Come on, guys, it's that time of year. I know it's a pain in the you-know-what, but there's a reason they put up those chain requirements in those higher elevations out there. And if you fail to chain up and block traffic, you're going to be facing a pretty significant fine. It's not worth it. So a little bit of our travelers' weather, southern half of the country. I mean, it's pretty much high and dry. Not a thing as far as watches or advisories over the coming days. Everything's going to be the northern tier of the country. A lot of windy conditions in the Dakotas as well. And we do have some winter storm watches in the New England area, primarily northern Vermont, New Hampshire, much of Maine, with this system that may drop, again, 6 to 12 inches of snow here in the early week. Who we got on board out of the box? Our number, of course, 844-844-3388. Philly Dan, hope you had a good weekend. It is that time again. Yes, indeed. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Congratulations to San Francisco. Yes, that was another upset. 49ers beat the Eagles this past day. I think that's only the second loss for the Eagles the entire season. Hello, Brian. Good morning from the home 20, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Marianne, morning, Steve, and the overnight family. I got to get a new IV put in, or I did over the weekend. That's my fourth one, but I'm doing well. Glad to hear that. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. It's foggy and 43 in Nyack, New York, as we head toward Hartford, Connecticut. Well, there's Dirty Harry. What's going on? Good morning. So glad Pittsburgh. You didn't say that other word, did you? You did. I'm so glad Pittsburgh lost today. Really happy my Bills didn't lose. Sad I didn't kill anything or anybody today. Happy my son won his Pee-wee hockey game. So I'll probably fall asleep pretty soon. Let's see how long before I got to get up, as Mother Nature calls. It's hell getting old, ain't it, Harry? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, Bull Hauler, 44 degrees, Greenville, Tennessee. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked in bay number 1 at the Davy Crockett TA. Blown-out water pump. Can't do anything till the morning. Shop guys are letting me bunk in my camper while the cozy confines of the shop. In the cozy confines of the shop. Got me some butter pecan ice cream and a healthy dose of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Fixin' to be an epic night. Special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Greene County, Tennessee. All right, so yeah, we didn't hear from the Monkey Gouger last week. I think he was off for the Thanksgiving week. See if he checks in here in the new week. There's Jeff from New York City, ready for a week of super shows. Good to have you on board. One more here, Rock Pick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Current conditions at Rochester. Little light rain, 45 degrees. Happy Monday to all you hard-working Americans. Hope you enjoyed a great weekend of football and holiday cheer. I'm at the computer, ready to kick off the week with the Overnight Drive. Thank you and enjoy.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, football fans, college football fans around the country were on the edge of their seat at the high noon hour Eastern Time Sunday, waiting for the official word. Who's in, who's out? As the committee has selected the 4 teams that will vie for the national championship, and to the surprise of nobody, there's quite a bit of controversy. Now, this is always going to happen, given that going into Selection Sunday, you've got 6 teams vying for 4 spots in the playoffs. Something that will not be a problem next year when the playoff field triples to include 12 teams. But seems like pretty consistently every year that we've had this 4 teams going into the playoffs, there's been no shortage of controversy. Michigan took care of business over the weekend, so the Wolverines are ranked number 1. Washington over Oregon. That was, of course, Thursday night's game, and so Washington took care of business. They're ranked number 2. Now, the big upsets, the changes come in. All the discussion last week. Could number 6 ranked Ohio State find their way in? The big game, Georgia versus Alabama. The Crimson Tide upsets number 1 ranked Georgia. Yes, some had speculated, well, even if Georgia lost, they surely wouldn't drop out of, they would be a 1-loss team. And Alabama is a 1-loss team. Longhorns took care of business as well. So Texas ranked number 3, and the Crimson Tide ranked number 4. The other scenario was going into the weekend, Florida State was ranked number 4, undefeated. Surely if they won their game, which ultimately they did, they would be in. According to the selection committee, they do not believe Florida State, even undefeated as they are at this point, is a top 4 caliber team. They're down to their third string quarterback. So let's jump into it. What a crazy weekend. What do you say, Big Ed?
I got 2 right.
Yes, you did.
Texas and Alabama.
You did, yes.
So I'm happy with that. I got to tell you, I'm disappointed that they've got Oregon playing Liberty and Ohio State playing Missouri. I would have loved to have seen Ohio State and Oregon matching head-to-head. To me, that would have been a better matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, with Georgia losing, it throwed Ohio State. The only way Ohio State could have got in if Michigan would have lost, Georgia would have won. But with Georgia losing, they knocked Ohio State down to number 7.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what happened there. But I'll tell you, Florida State people, they are crying like nobody's business. And I hate to break their hearts, but you're not the first team that's been snubbed. And you go off the strength of your schedule, and they don't even stack up. But they're going to get a chance to put up or shut up when they have to play Georgia in the Orange Bowl. And everybody's saying Georgia will curb stomp them, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and I think they will. But what I'm interested now is I feel like Michigan's they're going to get their test now. They didn't really, in my opinion, get tested with Iowa. I mean, they did a decent enough job, but and I don't know if you was watching any of the selection show, but they were showing Michigan. You know, they was all gathered in the room, and when it was announced they were playing Alabama, I mean, the air just went out of their lungs. They just knew they had Florida State,
Mm-hmm.
which was going to give them a give me to get into the national championship game. That was exactly what was on their minds. Now they've got their work cut out for them. But I'm going to go with Alabama over Michigan, and I'm going to go with Texas over Washington.
Now, what do you think about the whole Texas thing? Because for several weeks, wasn't that the team you were saying that they don't want them representing, because they're moving to the Southeastern Conference next year, but they let them in.
You know, and I plus I'm going to Texas to win it all. I mean, you know, let's face it, Oklahoma and Texas have been slapped around on all year by the Big 12. And they didn't. They did not want OU or Texas representing them. But sorry, Texas is going to represent them this one final time. Okay, Oklahoma and Texas have been slapped around by the Big 12. And then the Southeast Conference fans, them bad breath people, they've done nothing but mealy-mouth, bash, and stomp around on Texas and Oklahoma coming into the Southeast Conference. Texas and Oklahoma are the proverbial new kids in school. Somebody's going to try you out, see how damn tough you are. And that's the way their whole season's been going along.
Well, I mean, I was watching the selection show when they did make the announcement of Texas being number 3. I mean, those kids, they were ecstatic.
Yes. They know they've earned it, and they're hungry, and they've got a point to prove. Do they belong? They want to prove they belong in the Southeast Conference. They're not going to be like everybody's saying Oklahoma and Texas is going to come in Southeast Conference and go to mediocre teams compared to the great Alabama and the great LSU and the great Georgia and the great Tennessee and all these great teams. Let's go back. How long did Clemson control the championship? They won it, like 2 or 3 times?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Florida State back in the Bobby Bowden era. And that, rightfully so, Alabama. Rightfully so, LSU. Then here comes Johnny-come-lately Georgia. Hats off to every one of them. But it goes in cycles. I can go back to when Oklahoma was the big kid on the block in the football world. You can too. Same thing with Texas. So all I can tell them is put it in your pipe and smoke it. I think Texas is going to take it off, Steve, and that's my prediction on it.
Well, so the rationale, of course, Texas was the only team to have beaten Alabama all season long.
Yes.
And to let Alabama in and shun Texas would have been outrageous.
Right. Remember I told you Texas and Alabama was going to drag each other into the playoffs. It was just going to happen. If one went, the other one was going to go. Just the way it was going to work. Because, and I will tell you this, both teams.
Mm-hmm. Well, hold that thought because we got to hit that news break, bottom of the hour. But we'll be right back.
USA News Update. Immigration advocates tell NBC News they're frustrated with President Biden's ambiguous border policies, asserting that the administration lacks clear wins on immigration. That's according to Janet McGuire, president of Unidos US, describing the situation as 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, asserted on ABC's The View that Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez should be expelled from the U.S. Senate.
Santos's kind of lies were almost, funny, and he, landed on the moon and that kind of stuff. Whereas, I think, Menendez, is really a senator for Egypt, not New Jersey.
Menendez, who faces federal charges related to a bribery scheme, should face similar consequences if Santos deserved expulsion from Congress. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Or welcome aboard for those just joining us. Trust you had a good weekend. Yeah, back with the big announcement, high noon, the omission of Florida State. Yes, sparking big-time emotion. Because the case against the Seminoles, it can't be nearly as neatly wrapped up as they shouldn't have lost their final game. Because they didn't. For that matter, they finished the season undefeated, 13-0. They were ACC champions. And this, they say, is pretty historic. ESPN pointed out Florida State becomes the first unbeaten Power 5 conference champion to miss out on the college football playoffs. Ever. It's never happened. Now, obviously, the school's not happy. It's unfathomable that Florida State, an undefeated Power 5 conference champ, left out of the playoffs, according to the ACC commissioner. But he's stopped short of questioning the integrity of the selection committee. Their exclusion does call into question the selection process and whether their guidelines were actually followed, including the significant importance of being an undefeated Power 5 conference champion. My heart breaks for the talented student athletes and the coaches. According to he said Florida State deserved better. College football deserved better. But undoubtedly what they were looking at, as I mentioned, they were down to their third-string quarterback. And the way they made it sound when they come down to the final selections, they look, I guess they do take into consideration the health of the team. Plus, you did mention, I guess, their strength of schedule throughout the year, that those all played a significant role, right?
Right. And if you watched last night's game or Saturday night's game, their defense won the game for them. Their offense didn't win the damn game. And their defense won the game against a team that was fairly good that got beat by Kentucky. Now, if Florida State was so damn good, they should have owned Louisville. But they didn't. If they would have whooped them 45-0, we'd be talking a different scenario, guarantee it. But they didn't. And all the committee did was save them some damn embarrassment. Okay, if you're going by win-loss records, what about Liberty? They're undefeated. Here, what, a couple, 3 years ago, Cincinnati got left out of the equation because they wasn't in the so-called Power Five.
Mm-hmm.
They are now. So you can't argue, oh, well, we was undefeated. Well, so was Liberty. Who's to say they can't play with the big boys? Who's to say that? So all you can go by is strength of schedule, and what I like to refer to as eye candy. And all I know is Alabama meets that criteria. Texas meets it. Okay, Texas beat Alabama the first part of the year. Well, guess what? Alabama has just flat come 100 miles since that loss. They've been vastly improved. Where Florida State has just played, you look at their schedule and they've just played a weak schedule, but you never really seen no improvement out of them. Same thing with Texas. They lost to Oklahoma, but they've come 100 miles since that loss, and I can just about sit there and tell you with 100% positive that if Oklahoma would have played Texas in that Big 12 championship, Oklahoma wouldn't have won that Big 12 championship. There ain't no way. Texas is they just improved. And old Steve Sarkisian, he's a good coach. He's got his ducks in a row. You know, he got the former Wyoming head, not Wyoming, but Wisconsin head coach. I think his name was Chris. He used to be the head coach of the Wisconsin Badgers as his offensive, other words, he's an extra set of eyes advisor. He's an advisor. He advises him in different scenarios that Sarkisian may not see, and he's got this former head coach in his ear saying, hey, think about this, think about this, think about this. That's a man that knows his job and he knows what the heck he's done. And he listens to his assistant coaches. Same thing with Nick Saban. Why do you think he wins so damn much? It ain't because Nick Saban's making all the calls. It's because he's got people lined up that whispers in his ear as the game's progressing along, because he can't see the whole field of play and make up with many quick decisions. But they've just vastly improved.
Yeah.
And the talent, you got to look at the talent level. And I can assure you the talent level on Alabama and Texas is far, and even Michigan and Washington far outweighs the talent level that Florida State's got. That's not to say that Florida State ain't going to be headhunting here in the next couple of years if they continue to progress and build on what they've built this year. Last year, I think it was last year, didn't they play Oklahoma in a bowl game and Oklahoma beat them? A 6-5 Oklahoma. So they just finally moved up, but they haven't moved up far enough that they impressed anybody.
Right.
So to me, they did not get shafted. They got the selection committee picked it right, and sorry, it's just the way the ball bounced. But we'll find out when they play Georgia in the Orange Bowl. Now, they want to prove everybody wrong, then go down there and curb stomp Georgia, and I don't think they'll do that.
So, yeah. So you said Ohio State. I haven't seen the rest of they're facing number 9, Missouri, rather than Oregon?
Yeah, they're playing, let me see here. I've got it right here. Hang on, give me a second. Yeah, they're playing Missouri in the Cotton Bowl. I'm pretty sure that's where they're playing them. Just a second, Steve. Gosh darn it, I just had it. Oh, yeah, right here. Cotton Bowl in Arlington, they're playing number 9 Missouri.
Okay.
Which that's going to be a good matchup. Missouri ain't no slouch, but to me, they should have matched them up with number 8 Oregon, and then given Missouri Liberty. Oregon will probably stomp a living mud hole in Liberty. That's just my personal opinion. But that would have been a better matchup. But you guys are going to be in the Cotton Bowl on December the 29th.
Okay.
But that ought to be a pretty good game, but I think Ohio State will take them. That old Scotty Crow, well, he can't make up his mind what team he wants. He either wants Mississippi State or Missouri. You know, he's undecided as far as who he wants to pick.
Mhm.
Maybe he'll call in. The one that's crying in their beer is our old good friend Randy Doc Holliday.
Yes,
Not a word
the
out of him.
Bulldogs.
Yeah, and he even went and bought him a bulldog. So, anyway, I did say I was nice enough to send him a legendary song from a legendary singer from Alabama, Hank Williams, "Tear in My Beer." Told him to listen to that song, let it cry him to sleep.
Oh boy!
But I'm pleased. But you put it down. I say Texas is going to take it all.
Okay.
And that's who I picked to win the national championship, because they've got an axe to grind the way they've been traded all year, and I think it's their year, and I think it'll come down between them and Alabama. That's just my opinion. And I'm going to be honest with you too. No way I can prove it, but even though they come in at number one, I'm not so sure that the committee was probably looking at leaving Michigan out of the equation. But, you know, you just had the Georgia-Alabama game. And I bet that was a toss-up between them and Georgia. I really do. But I can't prove that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, but that's all my spew, Steve, for now. Oh, right quick. Who was it the other night? Was it Sundance Kid that called in? Who was that I thought was bashing me over slowing down?
Yeah, Sundance. That was him. Mm-hmm.
I heard his call, Sundance. I appreciate that. I respect you, brother. And you know, when I call in here, and I do my level best not to attack an individual. You know, me referring to him as when I said I didn't want to argue with a fence post.
He didn't want
I'm
to
sorry.
be. He didn't want to be referred to as a fence post. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, that's all. Sundance, I do it. Since you apologize to me, I apologize to you with all sincerity. I usually bash on the opinion, and you know, after listening to you the other night, I tell you, I thought that was real good of you, and I appreciated that. But hey, apologies back to you. I don't know you, but I'm sure you're a decent truck driver, and by all means, do it safe and professionally. Steve, I'll let you go. Thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thanks, Big Ed, for staying up to chime in on a Monday morning here. But, yeah, it was a big weekend. Hello to the ice cream man. Let's see. Checking in for my Walmart D.C. appointment. Mabay, North Carolina. Got to get this Arizona produce unloaded. Hello, Timothy, Rocky Mount, Virginia. 50 degrees at this hour. Buckeye Boy, checking in from the West Coast to Monterey Park, California. 54 degrees. Had a good day off. I did some minor maintenance on the truck. Got to get up early, deliver, so we'll catch the podcast on Monday. I hope the big team wins it all. Okay. Feel bad for Florida State kids, but had they scored more in those last two games, it looked better on the offensive side. That's what Big Ed just said. It would have been a moot point. But have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Well, hello, Pappy. There you are. I guess the phones are lagging behind. Steve, hit your email for my weather report from the far side of southwest Hamilton County. He's headed over to tune in on the app. There's Kevin. Rubber Duck checks in. Have a good night out there, gang. And Joe just jumped on board there. Go Blue. Is that what you say?
Happy best day of the week. Go Blue.
Hello, Captain
You
Ron.
know it. How are you?
Doing well.
Did you get those lights put up?
Yes, I did. I got everything but the roof. My son's off like Wednesday, Thursday this week. He said he'll come over and get on the roof. I'm getting a little too old to get on the roof.
It used to not bother me too much, but I got to where I can't even get up there anymore. I'm too scared to get up there now.
Right.
So I've got to go opposite of Big Ed. I'm saying go blue all the way.
Yeah.
But
so how do you feel about?
I guess
how do you feel about Michigan now having to face Alabama rather than Florida State? That's definitely going to be a bigger challenge.
Well, the top 4 teams are supposed to be the best of the best, right? I mean, to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Mm-hmm.
Is the way I look at it. But I guess they got to give Alabama their participation trophy. Don't worry about it. You can lose and still make it in. You know, we'll get you covered. So I guess it's going to be a participation trophy situation for Alabama. You know, I get the schedule of FSU, but isn't getting up to that level. I mean, if there's injuries, you kind of just gotta let the chips fall where they may, right? I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
yeah.
Isn't that what it's about? But you get this committee that, I don't think they should be in. Let's put Alabama in, even though they lost a game. Would Michigan be there if we would have lost a game?
Based on the fact that Georgia's not there, I'd say probably not. I don't know.
That's what I mean. That's what I don't like about this committee BS. I don't know that the protocol is correct. It's just somebody's thought. You know, you could have the same 2 teams play one day, and one team might win that day and play again the next day, and they might lose the next day.
Yeah.
You don't ever know.
Correct.
Like any given Sunday, as Knucklebuster says.
That's the name of the game.
But I'm saying go blue all the way. I mean, you know, that's win or lose, they're my team. So,
well,
I guess that's that.
Unlike some other fans, you actually get forward to look at a chance of maybe being in a national championship game.
Yeah. Well, they beat every team that they played. They didn't set the schedule. You know, they probably kicked Harbaugh out those last 3 games, hoping that they would lose and not make the Big Ten championship, and then they wouldn't have to worry about all this. You know, who knows what the what is it, the NCAA or whatever it is?
Right.
Who knows what they're going to do with their penalties? They may take all the game wins away for this year for the whole year. They did that to Ohio in 2010. They stripped them of all of their wins.
Mm-hmm.
Because of recruiting, something about recruiting. I don't remember what it was. But they stripped them of all of their games. So who's to say that that's not going to happen to Michigan? We don't know what the NCAA is going to do yet. But, you know, I think the Big Ten was wanting to get rid of Harbaugh so that they would hopefully lose a game and they wouldn't have to worry about any of this. But he didn't accept the Big Ten trophy, did he?
I'm not aware.
I don't think he accepted the Big Ten trophy.
Really?
Because he gave it to that Mac Center guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he accepted the Big Ten trophy, like, you know, sticking it to him or something. I don't know. But anyway, that's my take on things. I will never like that committee. I'm hoping that it'll be different next year.
Yeah, everything
Something
it
a little
will.
more
Undoubtedly, it'll be a whole lot different. I mean, next year, Florida State would be in a position where they could, go ahead and face one of the tougher teams and play their way in. I think Big Ed's
Right.
probably right. I mean, just based on the fact they're on their third string quarterback, they probably would have got embarrassed in their
Yeah, I know.
next game. Yeah.
I know, but you get this committee that put somebody in that had a loss.
Well.
Nobody else in those teams have had a loss, just Alabama. So to me, it's like they're giving them a participation trophy at a 5-year-old soccer game. Well, we're going to let you play because after all, you lost the game, but we're going to let you play anyway. I never will like that committee. I've been bad-mouthing it, and I'm standing by it. Because to me, it doesn't seem like a very fair thing.
Well, so you're ready.
I don't know what their protocols are, or what they judge everything on. But these teams don't make the schedule; those are made by other people. They play the teams that's put in front of them. And I just hope next year will be a little bit more
correct. Yeah, Cap and Ron is ready for the definitive change in 2024. It will be different. All right, hey, we got to get a quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, hey, what do you say? On a Monday, it's 844-844-3388. A couple minutes away from news break. Under industry headlines, as we get the new week started, we've all heard the old adage, if it sounds too good to be true, probably is. Messages promising a refund from the Wisconsin Department of Transportation or Department of Motor Vehicles are indeed a scam, according to state officials. Wisconsin DOT said they're aware of what they call phishing attempts, where scammers claim to be with the state DOT or DMV to get you to click on a fraudulent link that will share your personal information. They're advising anyone who receives an unsolicited text or email, similar to the message we just shared, do not respond, do not engage, or click on any corresponding links. Wisconsin DMV said it offers an e-Notify program that provides users with renewal reminders and account activity alerts. That program also covers CDL notifications like federal medical card, hazmat certification renewals, address updates, and driver license renewals. a confirmation of transactions similar to what financial institutions use. Helps detect any fraudulent activity, though. All right, so yeah, truck drivers, text, email, mail scam offers have become more and more common targeting truck drivers. OOIDA learned of a scam that hijacked DOT numbers over the past summer, which he had shared at that point in time. In the meantime, 844-3388. We kick off a brand new week. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A suspect accused of killing 3 homeless men in L.A. was apprehended.
He was already in custody for another murder near L.A., and according to officials on Saturday afternoon, he's been tied to a 4th homicide nearby. Here's Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
By Thursday morning, very early Thursday morning, they placed Jared Joseph Powell under arrest for murder and robbery.
Powell, age 33, was charged with 3 homeless men's killings after the car identified near the first shooting was confirmed as the same vehicle present at the scenes of the 3 homeless men's murders. Authorities say they have not yet established a motive for those killings. I'm Skip Kelly.
Since the Gaza ground operation began on October 27th, Israeli forces have discovered 800 shafts leading to Hamas's extensive network of tunnels and bunkers, destroying more than half of them, according to the military. The Palestinian Islamic group claimed to have a network comparable in size to the New York subway system, with tunnels serving as operational bases. These tunnels have become prime targets for Israeli airstrikes, many located in civilian areas such as schools, kindergartens, mosques, and playgrounds. The Philadelphia City Council approved a bill prohibiting the use of ski masks in parks, schools, public transit, or other city-owned buildings. Advocates argue that this measure will aid law enforcement in solving crimes, but civil rights advocates fear it could unfairly criminalize people of color. The bill, passed by a 13-2 vote, imposes a $250 fine for each offense, escalating to $2,000 if a mask is worn during the commission of a crime. Mayor Jim Kenney is expected to sign it into law early next week. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The remains of a missing 17-year-old Valerie Tyndall was discovered on Tuesday in her neighbor's backyard in Indiana. Tyndall, reported missing on June 8th, was identified by the color of her orange fingernail polish. Patrick Scott, who lives behind the Tyndalls, was arrested and charged with murder. He admitted to killing her on June 7th and is now facing additional charges of obstruction of justice and providing false information to law enforcement. Despite actor Jussie Smollett losing his conviction appeal and potentially facing prison, Vice President Kamala Harris' 2019 post labeling him a victim of modern-day lynching. An Illinois appeals court upheld Smollett's previous conviction on 5 disorderly conduct charges in 2021, stemming from his false claims of a racist and homophobic attack in January 2019. McDonald's making some major changes to their menu.
The Golden Arches saying that the new and improved burgers, including their signature burger, the Big Mac.
2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun.
Those 2 all-beef patties will be cooked in smaller batches for a more uniform sear. There'll be more secret special sauce with lettuce, cheese, and pickles that will be fresher and meltier, and the bun will be a buttery brioche roll, with the sesame seeds more randomly scattered for a homemade look.
That's Corey Myers reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. We kick off hour number 2. So, what do you say? Roll it into a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Talking about the atmospheric river out west earlier, where more flooding rains, mudslides, rock slides will be in the offing in the coming days. At the same time, there's been a lot of mountain snow in the wake of rounds of snow that have turned the Northwest Mountains into a winter wonderland, impacting travel across passes like Willamette, Santiam, White, and Snoqualmie late last week into the weekend. The snow levels are expected to rise quite a bit as warmer temperatures settle in early this week. Now, the rising temperatures through Wednesday would then lead to some snow melt, especially in the Cascades, where over a foot of snow has fallen. You combine the snow melt with the additional heavy rain Monday and Tuesday. That could exacerbate flooding concerns and dangerous travel, especially in the mountains and the foothills. Along with the flooding risk, heavy rain falling in the mountains with rising temperatures could cause the snowpack on steep mountain slopes to become more unstable. In other words, avalanche risk. The Northwest Avalanche Center issued avalanche warnings on Saturday, warning that areas along the slopes of the Washington Cascades, Mount Hood, Stevens Pass, and Snoqualmie will face a level 4 high avalanche danger. So forecasters say that although the steadiest rain tapers off late Wednesday, there's probably going to be a break in the lingering damp conditions maybe Thursday night. Looking ahead later this week, a storm moving into the northwest could bring some cooler air back into the region. So that would allow for temperatures to drop closer to average. At the same time, the stormy pattern by that point should begin to shut off. Moving to international news, an American warship and multiple commercial ships coming under attack Sunday in the Red Sea, according to the Pentagon. Yemen's Houthi rebels later claimed attacks on 2 ships they described as being linked to Israel. They did not acknowledge targeting a U.S. naval vessel, though. That attack potentially marking a major escalation in a series of maritime attacks there in the Middle East linked to the Israel-Hamas war. We are aware of reports regarding attacks on the USS Carney and commercial vessels in the Red Sea. We will provide information as it becomes available. That was all the Pentagon had to say to the Associated Press yesterday. The Carney, an Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer, remained unclear what damage, if any, the vessels sustained in the attacks. The British military earlier said there had been a suspected drone attack and explosions in the Red Sea. That's all they said. They did not elaborate. Pentagon did not identify where it believed the fire came from. However, Houthi military spokesman claimed the attack, saying the first vessel was hit by a missile and the second by a drone, describing the ships as allegedly ignoring warnings from Houthi officials prior to the attack. Did not mention any U.S. warship being involved in the attack, but we know the Yemeni armed forces continue to prevent Israeli ships from navigating the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, until the aggression, as they put it, against their steadfast brothers in the Gaza stops. Yemeni armed forces renewed their warning to all Israeli ships or those associated with Israel that they will become a legitimate target if they violate what is stated in this statement. He identified the first vessel attacked as the Bahamas-flagged bulk carrier Unity Explorer, which is owned by a British firm that includes Dan David Unger, who lives in Israel, as one of its officers. The second was a Panamanian-flagged container ship called Number 9, which is linked to the Bernhard Schulte ship management. Managers for the 2 vessels could not be reached for comment. Now, the Houthis have been attacking a series of attacks on vessels there in the Red Sea, as well as launching drones and missiles targeting Israel. A U.S. official, speaking on condition of anonymity, discussing intelligence matters, said the attack started about 10 a.m. in Sana'a, Yemen, and had gone on for as much as 5 hours. Another U.S. official said the Carney had intercepted at least one drone during the attack. As we know, global shipping had increasingly been targeted as the Israel-Hamas war threatens to become a more regional conflict. Of course, we had that 7-day truce that briefly halted fighting with the exchange of some of the hostages for Palestinian prisoners. But the fighting, of course, as we now resumed late last week. Early on Friday, those reports were coming in that fierce fighting had resumed, and it appears like Israeli forces are going deeper and deeper even into southern portions of the Gaza. Now, what we have learned thus far, Israeli forces have found there's 800 shafts leading to the vast subterranean network of tunnels and bunkers. Since the Gaza ground operation started, they've destroyed more than half of them, according to the military this past day. The Palestinian Islamist group said before the now 8-week-old war that it had hundreds of kilometers of tunnels, a network comparable in size to the New York subway system, to protect and serve as operational bases. That's made them prime targets for Israeli airstrikes with penetrating munitions. And Army engineers using mapping robots and exploding gel that can be poured into those passages. Interesting, exploding gel. Many of these tunnel shafts are located in civilian areas, many of which were near or inside civilian buildings and structures. So we're talking schools, kindergartens, mosques, playgrounds, as they use those human shields. They kind of summarized the anti-tunnel operation so far, followed near daily accounts to the media by troops who said they uncovered access shafts in civilian sites. Of some 800 thus far discovered, the military said 500 had been destroyed using a variety of operational methods, including by detonating and by sealing off. Many times, the main tunnel routes had also been destroyed. So operations continue as Israel looks to wipe out Hamas. Get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. So how was your weekend, Horse Feathers?
Couldn't tell you. Don't remember a single thing about it. Friday morning there when you were on, I was starting to catch a cold. Had been developing through the day on Friday, but I'll tell you what, or Thursday there, but Friday morning, boy, I tell you what, it was starting to hit me hard. And Friday, by the time I got done, I actually pushed in over a 16-hour day. By the time I was done, I was wore out, and I pretty much just, the weekend was pretty much a blank, just trying to take cold medicine and try to recover and be able to get back out here to do it again today.
Wow. So did you do the lovely COVID test or no?
Nope, didn't even bother. So the wife had it before, and she'd done the test just to make sure, because she had to be around some other people, and so she was all negative, and so I'm pretty sure I had the same thing she did. It all started out the same way.
Yep.
It's only been a head cold. It's not done anything else. But I tell you what, just bad enough that it just felt like crap all weekend, Your Honor. Just didn't feel like doing anything.
That ain't no fun.
Didn't do anything. So, of course, the weather yesterday there all day Sunday was pretty much miserable outside anyway. So, really didn't miss a whole lot. Things are starting to dry up a little bit now, and had some patchy fog back there in the mainland Maryland, and over here on the Delmarva this morning there, just about see the moon again. So, I guess things are starting to break up a little bit and clear up that way. But hey, I wanted to tell Sundance Kids, if he's got an issue with that that big nasty Big Ed calling people names. You know, remember he called me lip dragger that time, and so you know I had that set of brass knuckles all shine down in Florida for the cruise. He was supposed to come around and see everybody and chicken out and didn't bother to come see us there at the cruise. So still got them. If Sundance wants to try to, you know, be interested in them, I can figure out a way to get him to him if he wants to go meet up with Big Ed there. And, you know, it's Big Ed there. He's pretty easy at throwing out, calling people names and stuff, you know, so. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that. So did anything else happen this weekend there? Did anything happen there? They play any football or anything this weekend?
It was quite an exciting weekend of college football. NFL. I didn't tune into the NFL action yesterday. A couple of upsets there, but hey, I got an early Christmas present over the weekend.
Did you?
I now have an 8-foot-tall nutcracker.
Did you? Is it the Miller Lite one?
No. Yeah. When I told my wife and Lauren about that, I said I thought of it something I'd like for Christmas, because they always say, "What do you want? What do you want?" I said nothing. I told them I said
I don't want anything.
I said do a Google search on the Miller Lite nutcracker, and they searched for it. Apparently, it's sold out.
Oh, no, already?
I said, what? I said it was just released like a week ago, I think, just went for sale. I guess it's a high-demand thing.
It's kind of like a Cabbage Patch doll.
Yep.
So,
yeah, so the
you got an 8?
The 8-footer, it's too tall. I don't have 8-foot ceilings in my home, so it is an outdoor character. So I have to. My job later today, because I just got it yesterday. My mom gave it to me early because I thought it was so cool. It's got animated eyeballs like digital that move, and it's got a light.
Yeah.
The light that flickers, the lamppost that he's holding that flickers. It plays music as well.
So does he go on the front step then?
He's got to go somewhere where I can put some anchors. He's got to be on dirt somewhere.
Okay.
I don't want him to blow over.
All right. Well, that sounds. Yeah. No. Don't want him to blow away either.
Right.
You guys get some wins out there that other people's lawn ornaments end up in your yard, and your ornaments end up down the next block somewhere. But yeah, no, that sounds cool. So we'll have to get some pictures there on the interweb then when you get done doing that.
Yeah, I know. Princess took a picture of me with it. I don't know if she's got it posted yet. I'll have to check on that.
All right. We'll have to scour Face Magazine there and see what they have to say about that. But yeah, other than that, I don't have a whole lot of report. I didn't pay attention to nothing all weekend there, so I was just kind of trying to get into recovery mode and just.
I get you.
Just ended up shutting the world out there for a couple days.
Yeah, being sick ain't no fun. All right, well, you're still a bit congested at all, but I hope you feel better soon.
All right, yeah, we're on the better side of it now, I think. So we'll see where this goes and get home, get some sleep today, and hopefully be better at it tonight then. So, anyways, as I say, if Sundance needs them brass knuckles there, they're still there. I might need a little bit of polish put back on them there, but yeah, he can get that done. Couple good strokes there out there, just shine them right up real quick.
There you go.
So.
All right, have a good night. Thanks for checking in. Happy greatest day of the week. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I mentioned the snow out west, higher elevations over the weekend, and indeed it was Snoqualmie Pass. Temporarily closed Friday morning after 30 semi-trucks spun out due to the lack of tire chains. The spin-outs and the subsequent closure occurred on the morning of December 1. The eastbound Interstate 90 at North Bend there in Washington State. I guess first reported 7:45. Began at the 34-mile marker, the same location where tire change begin to be legally required. According to the Washington State DOT, it was snowing hard with poor visibility. By just after 9 a.m. Friday, up to 3 feet of snow was expected between then and this past morning, Sunday morning. The weather restrictions through the passes Friday stated I-90 through Snoqualmie. Chains were required on all vehicles except all-wheel drive for eastbound travel. Traction tires required for westbound travel. Chains were required on vehicles over 10,000 gross vehicle weight. Stevens Pass. Traction tires required westbound and eastbound. Chain laws were in effect for the big trucks, and the same case was in place for White Pass. But you get if you're not chained up, when the one starts spinning the wheels and not going anywhere, the next one behind you, if you don't have your chains, you can't go anywhere, and I think they just became kind of packed and stacked. 30 semis that had failed to chain up. Meanwhile, 25 past the hour. Let's jump to the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act. Senator Alex Padilla's reasoning for why he introduced this is pretty simple. He said truck drivers deserve overtime pay when they work overtime. Now, he's a Democrat from California. Spoke to OOIDA's Landline recently in an interview. As we know, the Fair Labor Standards Act 1938 includes a motor carrier exemption. That means truck drivers aren't entitled to overtime pay when you work more than 40 hours a week. This act would remove that exemption, guaranteeing overtime pay for company drivers. Now, even though the bill would only apply to company drivers, proponents contend that the legislation would benefit all truckers, as it would force everyone in the supply chain to begin valuing a driver's time. Unbelievably, trucking is one of the only professions in America that's denied guaranteed overtime pay. Todd Spencer. We're way past due as a nation in valuing the sacrifices truckers make every single day. This starts with simply paying truckers for all the time they work. Now, you've got Senator Padilla and Edward Markey of Massachusetts. On the Senate side, it's Senate Bill or S-3273. The House version is H.R. 6359, introduced by Representatives Jeff Van Drew and Mark Takano. Padilla said that lawmakers and the general public are often surprised to learn that truck drivers are exempt from overtime pay. Yeah, we just look at the status quo, and I'll tell you what, the status quo is unacceptable. Of course, the American Trucking Association, which represents the larger fleets, has criticized the Guaranteed Overtime Truckers Act, saying it's a thinly veiled attempt to boost trial lawyer fees or trial attorney fees. Yeah, Padilla pushed back against that claim. He responded. He said, I've heard some of the criticism, and like on anything else, you have to consider where that criticism is coming from. When it's the big trucking companies, we know that it's the bottom line that they're interested in before truckers themselves. So that's a big, big reminder for all of us to consider when we hear that criticism. It's all about, if I have to pay overtime. All right, Van Drew said, let's be fair. Truckers are breaking their backs. They sincerely are what makes America move. Our country would be in a whole lot of trouble if we didn't have truckers working for us every single day. When people don't work hard, that's up to them, and maybe they don't deserve to make a lot of money. But truckers undoubtedly do. They deserve to be treated fairly and make a decent income. Not sure how many sponsors are on board with that, but it seems to be gaining some headway. Additional co-sponsors coming on. Our number, 844-844-3388. Get a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret,
USA News Update. The ceasefire in the Middle East has concluded, reigniting the conflict between Israel and Hamas after a 7-day pause that facilitated the release of some hostages held by Hamas. Initially, over 240 people were held hostage, with more than 136 still in captivity. Israel Defense Forces said that several of its soldiers were lightly injured as a result of an anti-tank missile being fired towards an IDF vehicle in Beit Hillel in northern Israel. A federal appeals court on Friday allowed lawsuits against Donald Trump over the U.S. Capitol riot to proceed.
The court dismissed Trump's claims of presidential immunity, but stated that he can continue to argue that his actions were taken in his official capacity as president. Trump contends that his rally speech addressing matters of public concern is protected by presidential immunity, preventing him from being sued over the January 6th, 2021 riot.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, thank you much. Welcome back here. Happy Monday. Now, what do we have? Black Friday in the books. In a country where there's lots of discussion about gun restrictions. Boy, the trend has been for how many years now? The number of people looking to arm themselves for personal protection. And you can tell the numbers continue to grow because the FBI says they conducted a record number of national instant criminal background checks on November 24th, a.k.a. Black Friday this year. The National Shooting Sports Foundation noted that the FBI conducted 214,913 NICS checks on Black Friday alone. Easily surpassing the 192,749 conducted on Black Friday of last year. Breitbart News reported the FBI conducted 187,585 NICS checks on Black Friday of 21. It was just over 186,000 in the year 2020. So, pretty much every year, the numbers are climbing. The NSSF indicated that 680,671 background checks related to firearms were conducted during the week of Black Friday in its entirety. That 214, almost 215,000 on Black Friday does not translate into a precise number of guns sold, as a background check is conducted on the buyer of firearms rather than the actual firearms themselves. As a would-be purchaser who passes a background check, they could buy multiple guns. That means 214, almost 215,000 checks could mean exactly that number were sold on Black Friday, or if everyone purchased 2 firearms. That would mean 429,826 guns were sold on just Black Friday. Yeah, folks looking for personal protection. Well, Eagle's on board this Monday. Hey there, how we doing, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How you doing, Steve? Yeah. I got a lot of football to talk about. I got some definitely things to say on this controversy. What's going on with the college football controversy is not a good situation. I don't like the way it was handled. But before I get to that, Steve, I seen something tonight. I seen something today in a football game, and I've been watching football for a long time. I've never seen this happen before in the game this afternoon with Philadelphia. Philadelphia played San Francisco. One of the players got into an altercation with another player, and a security guard was on the sidelines. They say he's like a bodyguard, I guess, for the head coach of the team, because Philadelphia, they got a bad reputation for, unruly fans in the stadiums. And, I don't know if this security guard said something to the player or what, but the player took a swing at the security guard and hit him in the face. And you would have thought, I knew the player was going to get ejected out of the game, which is what happened. The San Francisco player got kicked out of the stadium, but they kicked the security guard out of the stadium. I've never seen a security guard get kicked out of a stadium before. They made him leave the sidelines and go into the locker room, and the security guard didn't do nothing wrong. I still, people, there's a lot of big controversy, people trying to figure out why the security guard was kicked out of the stadium. It makes no sense. All he was trying to do was trying to stop the player from trying to hurt another player, and he gets kicked out of the stadium. So I've never seen that before. It was a crazy ball game today with Philadelphia.
Wow.
San Francisco. Those two teams don't like each other anyway. But you know something, Steve, getting to this college football controversy, I'm going to say this for the NCAA. If you're going to screw over one team, which is what they did with Florida State being 13-0, getting overtook by Alabama, which is one loss on their record, and which I think is not right. But if you're going to do that, Steve, as far as I'm concerned, Washington has not proven the Pac-10 conference that they play in. You can't tell me that it's as strong as the SEC. As far as I'm concerned, Washington, if they want to screw people, they should have screwed both teams. They should have screwed Washington and Florida State, and they should have put Georgia in the place of Washington, because you can't tell me that Georgia is not a better team than Washington. If they want to look at it that way of saying that Alabama is better than Florida State, even though they have a better record, okay, well, we can do that. But we also need to kick Washington out of the series, as far as I'm concerned, because like I say, Florida State, one of the reasons why they got screwed is because they didn't speak their mind, they didn't voice their opinion. The coach of the team, if they would have been more loud about it and let the NCAA know, I think they might have not have made that screw them like they did. But the coach was too nice about the situation, and that's the reason why they got overruled and overlooked, and that's why they on the outside looking in. And because they should have been raising all kind of hell that Alabama shouldn't have been placed above them, but they didn't. And now look what happened. So now they're sitting at home watching on television. And like I say, we won't have this controversy next year anyway, because they're going to a new system. But like I say, the whole thing makes absolutely no sense the way it was handled today. And Alabama, they got a good squad, they got a good team, but they also have one loss. And if they really wanted to have a controversy, they really made a good move by putting Texas in. Because if they would have jumped Alabama ahead of Texas, and Texas is the one that beat Alabama, they would have really raised some hell about that. So they really would have had some controversy. So they had to put Texas in, or they really would have had some problems. But like I say, Georgia. Another reason why I feel like Georgia should be in, Steve. Georgia had won 29 ball games in a row. They hadn't lost a game in almost 3 years, and they had won like 62 of 64. They only lost one game out of like 63 games over the last 2 or 3 years. Like as far as I'm concerned, Georgia should have been in, even though because they played a competitive game with Alabama on Saturday. I watched the game. Georgia got screwed as far as I'm concerned. There's no reason for Georgia to be sitting at home on the outside looking in. Because I can guarantee you, I'm willing to bet, Steve, 9 times that if they played 10 ball games, Washington and Georgia, if they played 10 ball games, Georgia would win 9 of them. And I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt when I say they will win 1 of them, because I know there's no way in hell that Washington can beat Georgia in football, and for them to be in the championship makes no sense. But like I said, that's where it goes. Like I say, somebody had to get screwed. It's just a matter of who it was going to be, and it happened to be Florida State. So they sitting at home watching on television. Now, one other thing I wanted to talk about before I hang up with you, Steve, is this situation with Donald Trump. Donald Trump once again they trying to screw him again. Over the weekend, they got another deal going with this bogus case up in New York, where they trying to say that he overpriced his house and overpriced his hotels and all the money that he had with this fake prosecutor that they got. Plus, these other guys is trying to lock him up. Like I said, we'll see what happens in January, Steve. But like I say, they really want to take Trump out of the race, because they know that he's on top right now. Because I heard today, I don't know, maybe you could update it a little bit later. I heard today that one of Joe Biden's major sponsors decided that they wasn't going to be behind Joe Biden in 24. And like I say, it doesn't take a genius to realize that Joe Biden is not the man. And like I say, he has no backing whatsoever. People, remember when we used to joke about that, Steve, back in 2020? People say, well, how come Joe Biden don't have no rallies? How come he don't have no meetings? You know why he don't have no rallies? Because when nobody show up. That's why he don't have no rallies, because it'll be about 50 or 100 people in the auditorium that he was holding it in. Nobody show up. If you already know what happens when Trump holds a rally, he got standing room only crowd, people waiting in line all day long to get into his show for him to hear this man speak. And then like I said, they pulled that stunt back in 2020 and said that Biden won the election. The man didn't even have nobody attend his rallies. So like I said, it'll be the same situation this year, Steve. You'll be waiting the rest of your life if you think Joe Biden's gonna have a rally, because first of all, they don't have a teleprompter that big that the idiot can read off of. He can't memorize what they tell him to say anyway. So that's part of the reason why you won't never hear Joe Biden. And as far as the debate goes, Steve, I'm willing to bet there will be no debates between Donald Trump and Joe Biden in 2024. And you know why? Because Joe Biden can't debate Donald Trump. Donald Trump will wipe the floor with him and throw him in the trash where it belongs. So anybody that's waiting for a debate, you can forget about that. You seen what happened with this other loser that they got out in California that claims that he wants Newsom, that claims he wants to be president. Like I said before, like I told people before, Steve, if you think Joe Biden is a disaster, just go out to California and see what he did to California. Let him get in the White House. You ain't seen nothing yet if you let Newsom get in the White House in 24. You think America is at rock bottom? We ain't hit rock bottom yet. Let Newsom get in, and you'll see what rock bottom is all about. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, good to have you on board. Hope you had a good weekend, all that good stuff. But, we are rolling into a Monday. And our number is always 844-844-3388. The big climate change summit is underway. You can't make this stuff up. This is downright comical. While world leaders spoke at the Global Warming Conference in Dubai, located in the heart of the Arabian Desert, discussing the usual, like banning gas stoves, cow farts, petroleum-powered vehicles, a big-time snowstorm grounded all flights at Munich Airport in Germany. private jets in Munich on the way to Dubai's global warming conference were literally frozen on the runway, which essentially turned into a glacier, according to a meteorologist and former NOAA chief scientist. All flights were canceled at Munich airport. If not in years, Munich might not have received the most significant snowfall on record. It could have been the biggest. Isn't that an inconvenient truth? If world leaders actually believed in global warming, they would not have flown private jets to the desert. Plus, having a global warming conference in an area where it snows is just bad optics for the virtue-signaling elites. But, of course, we are well represented with none other than John Kerry. Why is anyone listening to John Kerry? He's not a scientist, and it appears his goal is to destroy America. Special presidential envoy for climate, John Kerry, and of course, hundreds of global elites now in Dubai to talk how they will destroy the lives of billions of people with their fantastical global warming rules. Kerry announced his commitment to phase out coal-powered plants. This move aligns the United States with 56 other nations in what they're calling the Powering Past Coal Alliance. At the UN Climate Summit, COP28, over the weekend, new members and partners, including the U.S., the Czech Republic, Cyprus, Dominican Republic, Iceland, Kosovo, Norway, all joined the Powering Past Coal Alliance. The coalition of national and subnational governments, businesses, and organizations working to advance the transition from unabated coal power to clean energy. These 7 countries commit to not developing new unabated coal power plants and phasing out existing coal plants to keep the goal of limiting global temperature rise of 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. Kind of underscoring the shift towards a coal-free future, despite the energy crisis. The global stock take at COP28 must be a turning point for international action on phasing out coal. Well, do you realize coal and gas provide 60% of the electricity in this country? Without coal and gas, this country wouldn't exist. Millions of us would die. That is just a fact. Kerry wants to replace coal in America with Chinese windmills that provide less than 10% of our current electricity needs. We're talking about tens of thousands of new Chinese windmills across the country to please these global warming lunatics. I mean, it does seem the ultimate goal is to destroy the country and potentially murder millions during one winter season, and buy windmills from China that they send to America on gas-powered ships. U.S. Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming, the senior Republican on the Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee, and U.S. Senator Josh Hawley, leading Republican on the committee's Energy Subcommittee, wrote a letter emphasizing Special Envoy John Kerry's neglect in tackling China's abuse of the international climate system. China is acting within and taking advantage of the international framework that you helped create, a.k.a. the Paris Agreement. The Chinese coal plants to which you object now power mines and refineries producing critical minerals. They drive the factories building solar panels, wind turbines, and electric batteries in cars that the Biden administration wants to force every one of us to buy. Back in 2015, you called this treaty the turning point in the fight against climate change. Far from a turning point, it represented little more than business as usual. It gave China an absolute free ride, which you now seem to regret. Instead of pushing back against Chinese duplicity, President Biden and you have focused on surrendering one of America's greatest geopolitical advantages: affordable, abundant, reliable energy, while making us more dependent on China. It does not need to be this way, and he's right.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say as we roll toward top of the hour news break? It's that time of year where many Christmas light displays are up and running around the country. What's become very popular in recent years, a lot of these where you just take your family and drive through. It's a drive-through light display. You don't have to get out of your vehicle and freeze your giblets off to enjoy the beautiful Christmas lights. A lot of them even have a musical soundtrack accompanying on like a low-power FM frequency to listen to the music as you go through the displays. In most cases, these are not designed for 18-wheelers. It's supposed to be the family truckster, right? In this case, I guess a DA of the Week nominee is in order. Trucker takes out Christmas light attractions in Kansas after ignoring the warnings from volunteers and driving through the light display anyway. This last week, Winfield's Isle of Lights in Winfield, Kansas. According to KSN News, the truck driver got in line to enter the exhibit in his semi-truck and ignored the warnings of volunteers as the rig driving through the display intended for cars and SUVs took out a light display and also damaged a bridge arch. We're coming into the park, and the semi's in front of us, and we just couldn't believe he was going to go through. And he made it most of the way through till they got to the end, could not make the turns, actually ended up driving up on the curb, about flipped the damn truck, rolled the trailer, It just kept going on through, didn't stop. They actually had to shut the attraction down for the night as a result of the incident and the damage. City crews were able to come in and assist the attraction with removal of the damaged pieces of the bridge arch. They were able to get things reopened by the next evening. But what do you say? DA of the Week nominee for sure there. It is 844-844-3388. What else will we get to coming up next hour as we roll on into a Monday, kick off the new week? Elon Musk was in attendance at a Tesla, introducing the new Cybertruck in August in Austin, Texas, rather. And apparently I guess our intelligence community got to this individual before his planned attempt at a mass casualty event. We'll give you more on that story coming up. Meanwhile, news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Since the Gaza ground operation began on October 7th, Israeli forces have discovered 800 shafts leading to Hamas's extensive network of tunnels and bunkers, destroying more than half of them. The Palestinian Islamic group claimed to have a network comparable to the size of the New York City subway system, with tunnels serving as operational bases. These tunnels have become prime targets for Israeli airstrikes, many located in civilian areas like schools, kindergarten, mosques, and playgrounds. New York Congressman George Santos has been removed from office. Laura Winters has more.
To Capitol Hill now. If you go to the Longworth House office building and look for the office of George Santos, you will not find him in the directory. His nameplate is gone, the office door is locked, and his congressional website down. Replacements lining up for the special election to fill the vacancy for New York's 3rd congressional district. Republicans have more than a dozen people to choose from. Democrats seem to be eyeing 3 people. Santos expelled Friday after an ethics report on his conduct that accused him of using campaign donations for his own use. He is the 6th member in the chamber's history to be ousted by colleagues in a 311 to 114 vote.
Elon Musk debuted the revamped Tesla Cybertruck yesterday in Austin, Texas.
It's the first electric vehicle Tesla offers that isn't a sedan and marks the company's entry into a growing EV pickup market. The bed of the truck, over 6 feet long, has a towing capacity of 11,000 pounds, and it's bulletproof.
And so people say, like, well, why'd you make it bulletproof? I'm like, why not? How tough is your truck?
Originally thought to be about $35,900, the price range $69,990 to $99,900. I'm Corey Myers.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Hunter Biden deposition in the House has been set.
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer and House Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan have requested Hunter Biden's deposition later this month as part of their investigation into potential articles of impeachment against President Biden. Emphasizing that Hunter Biden will not receive special treatment, the lawmakers, including Comer, who previously subpoenaed Hunter Biden, have scheduled the deposition for December 13th. I'm John Schaefer.
The remains of a missing 17-year-old Valerie Tyndall were discovered on Tuesday in her neighbor's backyard in Indiana. Tyndall, reported missing on June 8th, was identified by the color of her orange fingernail polish. Patrick Scott, who lives behind the Tyndalls, was arrested and charged with murder. He admitted to killing her on June 7th and is now facing additional charges of obstruction of justice and providing false information to law enforcement. Scott confessed to Rush County Sheriff's deputies that he had strangled Tyndall with a belt in his home after an argument. Former Marine Chance Brannon pleaded guilty to a 2022 firebombing of a California Planned Parenthood clinic in Costa Mesa, admitting to throwing a Molotov cocktail at the clinic's entrance on March 13th last year. Brannon, along with 2 co-conspirators, had plans to target a second Planned Parenthood clinic and an LGBTQ pride event at Dodger Stadium. Brannon pleaded guilty to all 4 counts. He's facing up to 20 years in prison. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here. Here comes a Monday. Welcome aboard in the Mountain Time Zone, right? 1 hour, we'll say hello to a Monday on the West Coast. Good to have you with us. Coming up, we'll get a little more on the story. We had the preliminary report from the investigators into the crash east of Columbus, Ohio, a few weeks ago that left 6 dead. And a little more detail coming out late last week in regards to the trucking company at the center of that fatal crash. Had received previous citations for several issues with its trucks, including defective brakes, according to the documents obtained by the Columbus Dispatch. We said we'll get you more coming up there. First, let's get back to Brain Dead. Happy Monday.
Happy Thursday, Steve. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind that. You know, Captain Ron is a pretty good a smart feller when he said this is the best day of the week because, you know, being my Thursday, tomorrow's Friday for me.
It's Friday
and
Eve.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
And I can't wait. Yeah. But, no, you're talking about that overtime for truckers. And, you know, I've said it many a time, you know, you get paid by the hour, get rid of the mileage system, you know. But when when Yellow Clothes start looking for a job, I called a company, and one of our regular callers works for this company, if I remember right. And we got to talking about pay and money and, you know, bottom line. And he says, well, you'll be working about 50, 55 hours a week. This is what you'll be taking home, et cetera, et cetera. I said, so overtime after 40? He said, no, we don't pay overtime until after 55 hours. I know I've heard of a couple of the other LTLs that don't pay overtime till after 50. So my question to the cracked research department is this true? You know, I thought it was some sort of federal law or rule or whatever that says you have to pay overtime after 40, because I've always worked for companies, and I've been working for 30 years. I've always gotten paid overtime after 40 hours.
Really?
I mean, hell, heck, Yellow in the contract was said overtime after 40. I mean, yeah, it is something interesting to ponder about. I mean, over here, we're guaranteed 11 hours, but we're paid by the run, and they have this down to a science of how it pays, but generally this pays by the run unless we're waiting. So, but other than that, you had a pretty good weekend. I heard you got an early Christmas present, right?
I did indeed, and I did get out there and got most of the lights taken care of, so that's a relief.
Well, you know, I kind of figured you having a hard time getting on the roof and all, you know, escaping the princess from yelling at you every now and then, climbing up to the roof. But while I'm thinking about it too, Steve, I gave Dingbat one of her early Christmas present. You know, I found a completely buttonless voice activated smoke detector, Steve.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. See, this way when it goes off, she can just yell, "I'm cooking," and it shuts off. Bye to me.
There you go. That's fail-proof, right? It is 10 past the hour. All right, a Monday, 844-844-3388. In Florida, man arrested after threatening to commit a mass casualty attack at the Tesla Cybertruck event in August, Texas, which was actually attended by Elon Musk. Daily Mail reported 28-year-old Paul Ryan Overeem was taken into custody by authorities, I guess, on Wednesday, the day before the Cybertruck event was set to take place. Apparently, still took place despite the apparent threat. Police believe Overeem intended to drive his vehicle from Orlando to Austin after sharing his plan to do so in a private Instagram chat. Authorities were alerted to the private message. Police were able to find that message and been sent by Overeem, that had been sent, after discovering the phone number was connected to that account. The FBI made the arrest soon after. Overeem is believed to have said, but yeah, So the Tesla event, I'm planning to attack. So it's up to you guys to stop me. I plan on killing people at that event, okay? November 30th? And I would like you to do something about it. If so, I don't have to. And proceeded to say, I want to die. Also suggested that he had become suddenly disillusioned by the way the modern world has become. His particular hatred of technology. He said he wanted to die and that thoughts haven't been free for over a year. All the electronics around me. So despite the apparent plot to carry out a mass casualty at the Cybertruck event, he has yet to comment about the planned attack. Tesla CEO did make an appearance at that event, which he kind of described that the futuristic automobile has been in the making for a number of years. The vehicle is said to be bulletproof. CNBC reported Musk said the vehicle's windows were rockproof, adding it could tow over 11,000 pounds and accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 2.6 seconds. Musk went on to say the truck would change the look of the roads and that the future finally looks like the future. I've seen some photographs of the Cybertruck. It does look a bit futuristic, but I don't know. I have no desire for what it's worth. Well, Dingbat, is that true? You just say I'm cooking and something happens magically?
Oh, Brain Dead's got some jokes, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just calling. Did you hear about the young lady at the FedEx here in Memphis that passed away unexpectedly?
I did not know what happened.
Wednesday we had a young lady. She died in an international area. Unfortunately, she got ran over.
Oh.
Yeah, so when you hear that, it just like, my trainer says, if you see an ambulance, a fire truck, and a police officer, you know something serious is happening. But I just want to send my condolences to her family. But it's been a busy week. I'm just ready for first of the year to come up because peak season's driving me nuts.
Well, speaking of overtime, how many hours a week they got you guys working right now?
I lost count.
A lot, right?
Yes. But it's been really good. I mean, I love my job. I love seeing the pilots to go different areas. I just want to go just be a magical fly in the wall and just hop on the plane with them where they go, but that's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I'm just here at home waiting for Brain Dead to get off work. So just want to call in and check in.
All right. Well, it's good to hear from you. I mean, you got all your Christmas decorations up. You got the tree all, ornaments all up.
Yeah. Well, I got to ask Brain Dead for the tip of the tree. What should we do, a Gator fan or a Tennessee fan thing?
Oh, boy. Okay.
So the college trash talk has not stopped until April. So we're going to continue all the way to basketball season.
What was it? He said something about Gators are playing at the Stay-at-Home Bowl. Is that?
Yes, you saw that, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, but like I said, our trash talk doesn't stop till then.
He just doesn't cut you any slack.
Oh, I don't do the same thing with him either. He's the one that ends up with the doghouse with no Wi-Fi. You got to remember that.
There you go. All right. Well, enjoy your peak season. I know it's busy for the package drivers. I mean, you're working 7 days a week. They're delivering packages on Sundays. I mean, Princess has ordered some things, and they'll say it'll be out for delivery Like 5 a.m. What time they got you starting delivering packages? Before the sun comes up. All right, it's 844-844-3388. A quick time out back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, we've talked plenty about college football and the controversy, which it never fails. Happens every year when playoff time rolls around. Yeah, I do think it'll be a lot different next year. Or will it be the same controversy of, rather than those top six teams, well, the bickering about who's ranked 13th and 14th, and they should be into the play, will it just transition a bit further down the line? That'll be interesting to see. But in the NFL, as here we are, Monday, we'll close out week 13 of 18. Kicked it off last Thursday night, of course, with the Cowboys' victory over the Seahawks. Yesterday, what we see, action on the field. Colts over the Titans, 31-28. Falcons beat the Jets, 13-8. Lions back to their winning ways, 33-28 over the Saints. Texans beat the Broncos, 22-17. Chargers over the Patriots. Wow. 6-0. Another rough week. Patriots they're downright bad. And that's a lot of talk about Belichick going out on the bottom this year. I did not put a point on the board. Cardinals over the Steelers, 24-10. Dolphins handling the Commanders, 45-15. Buccaneers over the Panthers, 21-18. The big upset, one of several big upsets. 49ers over the Eagles, 42-19. I think that's only the second Eagles loss on the season. Rams down the Browns, 36-19. Another upset, Packers over the Chiefs this past evening. Sunday Night Football, 27-19, the final there. And Monday Night Football, Bengals versus the Jaguars tonight. Primetime action Monday Night Football. Okay, we mentioned the trucking company at the center of the fatal multi-vehicle crash that left 6 dead. Documents first obtained by ABC News show the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio had raised several concerns about Hebron-based Mid-State Systems trucks, including those like the one that the driver, identified as Jacob McDonald of Zanesville, was driving during that fatal November 14th crash. The commission cited the company multiple times for having brakes in poor repair in the past 5 years. Records before 2018 were not available because the PUCO retains records for 5 years. This is the I-70 crash that began when the semi driven by McDonald rear-ended the car that was slowing for traffic. The impact smashed the semi and the car collided with the charter bus that was carrying the students. Impact pushed the bus into another car and another truck from the G.A. Windsor & Son Company. But the PUCO cited Midstate Systems in 2020, several violations, while McDonald was driving a truck, according to the documents, including brake connections with leaks or restrictions and brake system pressure loss, leading to a $150 fine. The commission fined the company again in 21 for similar violations after inspection of a truck McDonald was driving. The PUCO also reached a settlement agreement for $805 with Midstate Systems less than 3 weeks before the fatal crash, after an inspection uncovered issues with brake hoses on another truck. In the past 5 years, the PUCO has also cited the company for failing to properly background check drivers, maintain required safety materials within reach while driving in hazardous materials, and display proper placards. Other citations allege the trucks exceeded weight limits or failed to stop at railroad crossings. The company had 4 crashes reported by states to the FMCSA within the past 2 years. Each of those 4 crashes resulted in vehicles being towed, but led to no injuries or fatalities. Company apparently had a satisfactory rating with the DOT. Now, reached for comment Friday. A representative of Midstate Systems said, "We just want to say our hearts and prayers go out to all the families involved. And per our legal counsel, that's all we can say at this point." But a report and footage released last week from the Ohio Department of Public Safety showed the 2019 semi followed too closely in traffic, failed to slow down, and hit another vehicle before hitting the charter bus. And it was the bus, a Nissan Murano, a Toyota Highlander, and a Volvo truck that were all westbound on 70, slowing down for traffic from a previous, earlier accident. When the semi hit the Murano, essentially overrode, crushed, killing all 3 in that vehicle. Shoving it into the back of the bus. The semi, owned by Hebron-based trucking company Midstate System, pushed it into the road and hit the back of the bus. So from there, it was just kind of the chain reaction, but obviously a hell of an impact, crushing the car, hitting the bus, shoving it into another car, into another truck. It almost sounds as though if he did hit the brakes didn't work, and I guess that's what they're kind of alluding to. Were there brake issues, or was this driver just totally not paying attention and failed to ever attempt to slow down for the stop traffic? The investigation is ongoing, but all right, on to other issues. What else in the mix we have here on a Back to Work Monday? Electric vehicles. All right, there's a new startup apparently seems to be popping up. Yeah, they're in the valley on any given day. We shared the story last week of an electric vehicle bus company that had been touted by the Biden administration. This is going to be the future. A company that got tons and tons of grant money and incentive money from the government. They were going to be the future, but they're gone. They're bankrupt. Kaput. All at the taxpayer's expense. I mean, I'm all for developing new technologies, but everybody looking to build a better mousetrap in a rapidly evolving landscape of electric vehicle technology. There's a new player emerging as a formidable challenger to Tesla's dominance. QuantumScape, a Silicon Valley startup, revolutionizing the EV battery market with their cutting-edge solid-state batteries. These batteries are touted to have triple the energy density versus Tesla's lithium-ion cells, significantly faster charging times, and safer, more sustainable design. Their leap into the future is marked by the use of solid-state technology, which replaces the traditional liquid electrolyte in batteries with a solid ceramic material. This transition increases energy density, allowing for longer driving range, reducing the risk of fire hazards that we know have become all too common with the lithium-ion batteries. Now, they're making some pretty bold claims, but the same thing happened, if you'll recall, with the electric bus manufacturer. Big-time claims that did not come to fruition. These bold claims of recharging to 80% capacity in 15 minutes' time, if true, could transform the EV landscape, addressing one of the major concerns of the electric vehicle consumer. That's the charging time. The cost effectiveness and scalability of QuantumScape's technology, also noteworthy. While Tesla has made some significant strides in reducing the cost of their batteries, these guys' solid-state batteries promise a further reduction in production costs, they tell us. This potential for cheaper, more efficient batteries is crucial to the electric vehicle market as it becomes increasingly competitive, no doubt. All right, more to come after this. First, a news break. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Since the Gaza ground operation began on October 7th, Israeli forces have discovered 800 shafts leading to Hamas's extensive network of tunnels and bunkers, destroying more than half of them. The Palestinian Islamic group claimed to have a network comparable to the size of the New York City subway system. These tunnels have become prime targets for Israeli airstrikes, many located in civilian areas like schools, kindergarten, mosques, and playgrounds. New York Congressman George Santos has been removed from office. Laura Winters has more.
To Capitol Hill now. If you go to the Longworth House office building and look for the office of George Santos, you will not find him in the directory. His nameplate is gone. Santos expelled Friday after an ethics report on his conduct that accused him of using campaign donations for his own use. He is the sixth member in the chamber's history to be ousted by colleagues.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, reports of a big airline deal, merger. Alaska Air to buy Hawaiian Airlines. $1.9 billion deal, they tell us. More on that coming up. Well, there you go. I just pulled up the email. I haven't been on the email for a while. Hello, Pappy. 36 degrees, Hamilton County. The greatest day of the week. Let's get this week started. All you nocturnal listeners, hit them digits. 844-844-3388. Give us your thoughts. Whatever your little heart desires. Yes, the Carolina Monkey Gouger missing in action again. Hope the two-time world champion in manure hauler did not get abducted by aliens. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. Okay, we see when he checks in. There's Wheelchair Dave on board. All right, I got several emails from Dave. I guess the update on the Snowball Derby, the big race that took place in Florida. He said kind of sad over Alabama's win. Of course, he's a Bulldogs fan. Maybe, Steve, could you talk about the Snowball Derby wreaths across America? Good morning to all the listeners out there. From Wheelchair Dave. All right, Lake Lanier, Georgia. See what we can get to. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, Philip starts off a brand new week. What's going on in Florida? Have you warmed up a little bit after a chilly week last week?
Yeah, we did, bud. We warmed up a little bit. Where front came through last night, we're going to get a little colder this week. So won't be toward the middle of the week, though. Hey, Steve, there's been a lot of space stuff going on. Have you seen any of the news lately?
I haven't seen much. No, what do we got?
Okay, first off, we're going to get away from rockets for a second. The old Hubble telescope, we've talked about it in the past. It went to safe mode again, Steve. Did you hear that one?
Okay, yeah, I think Horse Feathers asked about that just a couple weeks ago, and I said, I haven't really heard anything about the Hubble. So what's that mean? Is its life about to come to an end, or?
Well, they're kind of scared about it, but they put these gyros in it when they put the space shuttle, last space shuttle mission they had that went to it. They installed 6 gyroscopes in it, and only 2 or 3 of them are actually working now, and they don't even know if those are going to last. But there is talk about possibly SpaceX doing a rescue mission for it eventually down the road. Seen some pictures of that. And then getting to launches, we had a launch from California on Friday. I don't know if you heard about this one or not, but it's a SpaceX launch on a Falcon 9. It was a ride-share one, and we actually had South Korea launching a spy satellite. Did you hear anything about that one, Steve?
Yeah, that I did see. And apparently, supposedly I saw that Kim Jong-un was shown satellite imagery of some of our, like the White House and the Capitol, and looking down on us.
Yeah. Well, this South Korean one is the opposite border, so we'll see how that works out. And then SpaceX launched one on Saturday out of here that was just a regular Starlink one, but the one that we got to pay attention to is going to be December 10th. That's going to be that super heavy Falcon Heavy rocket with the little space plane on it. And there's a lot of people wondering what's going on with this space plane. They're shooting it really high, Steve, and they don't know why they're shooting it up that high in that orbit. So there's kind of interest in what's going on. What do you think, Steve?
I'm very, very curious. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of people are speculating that they're going to recon with it. They can open the doors up on it. It's a mini space shuttle, basically.
Right.
And we can use it for doing reconnaissance. We can actually do it for reconnaissance in space. And it's going to be different because usually when they launch this little thing, it goes up on like a Falcon 9 size rocket. It doesn't go up on a super heavy or, the Falcon Heavy. It doesn't go up on anything that big, and that they're taking it up really high. So that was going to be interesting. And then also I saw a picture this weekend of the Chinese space station, Steve. Now, let me tell you what, you think the ISS is big? This thing they've just started putting it together within the last year and a half. This thing is already as big as the ISS almost. They're able to dock 2 ships to it. So we're going to have to pay attention to that one. And we don't know what they're doing with that. We don't know if it's experimental, working on experiments like we do with ISS, or is it watching us? Who knows? We don't know. So it's something that we got to pay attention to.
Hey, there was another question that Horse Feathers asked, and it was in regard to the James Webb Space Telescope. He said, is that in an actual orbit around the planet, or is it just continuing to go further and further? I think it's in an orbit. It's just so far away in orbit, right, that we can't do a rescue mission. But it is staying at a distance away, like 1 million miles or something.
The James Webb is actually past the moon. It's on the backside of the moon is where the James Webb is.
Okay.
It when they shot that, it went up. It went to the moon, circled the moon, and then went on the backside of the moon. And they've got it in, I can't think of the name of the orbit that it's in. There's a name for it. But this orbit is past the moon, which is as far out as you could possibly go. Now, if something happens with the James Webb, it's done. It's over with. We've wasted that money.
We cannot send, because we did actually, didn't we have a shuttle mission to Hubble or something at one point to kind of repair that?
The last one went up. I'm trying to think of the number. Something wants to say 126, but I might be to have to look up in the space shuttle launch numbers, or the mission numbers. But we went up and refurbished it. We put gyroscopes in it. We did all kinds of different things in it. to keep it going. They said it would last probably another 30 years, but you know, it hasn't lasted that long. And to be quite honest, Steve, there's so much stuff going on up there with the atmosphere, or, you know, with what it's sitting in. I'm surprised the thing has lasted as long as it has. You know, when you've got that environment up there and then you're trying to do all this stuff with it, it's kind of, you know, it's pretty hostile environment up there. And, but it's not as high as the Webb. And did you hear about the new solar system they found up on the Milky Way with the James Webb, Steve?
It seems like they're discovering something new almost every day, but no, a new solar system, huh?
They found a solar system in the Milky Way that has 6 planets around it that are in synchronized orbits around the star, just like us. And these planets are they're synced up so perfectly that it's crazy. But the thing is, they speculate that you couldn't live on these planets with human life because of the environments that are in them. But there's a lot of things coming out of that Webb that are really, really cool. And have you heard about a rocket called the New Glenn, Steve?
That's a new one on me.
Okay, so there's a rocket called the New Glenn. We know who Jeff Bezos is. We know who Amazon is and all that. But Jeff Bezos, Blue Origin, is the company that's his rocket company. They are developing a rocket that's going to be comparable to what SpaceX has got going on, called the New Glenn. Now, this rocket kind of interests me. I mean, I've heard about it's going to have methane engines, and I've heard it's going to have this and that. But they're clouding using LNG. You know what LNG is, right, Steve?
Sure,
that's liquid
yeah.
Natural gas. So they're thinking about going to another different kind of propellant, which LNG is pretty abundant. The problem is, what is one of the things that's most desired right now from Europe? That's LNG. So I don't know if they're going to be, I mean, this thing's going to take a lot of it if they need it. But that rocket, they brought out the first big piece of it, the actual tank on the first stage, and that thing is huge. This rocket's going to be, I think it's going to be bigger than Falcon 9. It's not going to be as big as Starship, but it's going to be a big piece. So a lot of stuff going on. And then there's also talk about SpaceX scaling back their Starship stuff over here on Cape Canaveral. They are actually talking about building a second launch mount out there in Texas, and they're moving some of the equipment they had already built for the Florida stuff. They're moving it to Texas now. So I think they're going to do a little bit, the Starship's going to be a little bit more out there. If they get the second OLM built, then they'll be able to go and they can get the testing speeded up more. And it's coming close. They're getting ready for the next one. They're working on the OLM right now, and it's almost done. So we might be seeing another one within the next 3 to 4 months. We might see another Starship lift. So pretty interesting stuff out there with SpaceX and everything.
No doubt, yeah.
And you were talking about the car batteries. That company starting those car batteries up. Did you see the one from Detroit, that road that they got in Detroit that they're working with experimental that will charge a car as it goes down the road? Have you seen that one?
I have not that one.
Yeah, there is. They have built a street in Detroit that has these, it's kind of hard to explain, but it has these plates inside of it that they send a signal through these plates. And then the vehicle has a pickup receiver on the bottom, and it picks up the energy as it goes along the street, and it doesn't even touch the street. It's doing it all with like magnetism. If you get a chance, pull that story up. It's pretty interesting. They're working on one down here in Lake County, Florida, too, as well. So, but they're able to charge your car as you go down the street. So that's all I got today, bud. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
All right. Fascinating. Thank you very much, Philip in Florida. So if you've got clear lines on a Monday, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's been a while since we've heard from the inbred redneck. To get an update on what's going on with the likes of Bitcoin. Someone just shared with me that here this early Monday morning, Bitcoin and Ether both have added as much as 4% in the past 24 hours. Bitcoin crossing the $41,000 mark this morning, extending year-to-date gains to over 152%. I haven't been paying any attention whatsoever to the likes of cryptocurrencies. Data from CoinGlass show exchanges have liquidated crypto perpetual future positions worth $220 million over the weekend. I think that's people that were shorting the coin. Bullish longs accounted for nearly 85% of the tally. Over 120 million worth of Bitcoin shorts, referring to bets against price rises, have been liquidated since Friday. Elsewhere, open interest grew 6% Monday as traders increasingly leveraged positions to bet on further volatility. It's like being at the casino, I guess. You're betting up, betting down. Whereas, meanwhile, analysis at Coinalyze told CoinDesk in a message that open interest on the exchange, BitMEX spiked 90% within hours to 420 million from over 200 million on Saturday, indicating a large player has opened massive bets on the platform. Liquidation refers to when an exchange forcefully closes a trader's leveraged position due to a partial or total loss of the trader's initial margin. It happens when a trader is unable to meet the margin requirements for a leveraged position, fails to have sufficient funds to keep the trade open. Large liquidations can signal the local top or bottom of a steep price move, which may allow traders to position themselves accordingly. It's all a game, but for those who have been hanging on to their Bitcoins, it's been, 19 months since it's been at 41,000. Where's it going to go? 9 before the hour, 844-844-3388. Talking about new technology, we mentioned this new firm in the Silicon Valley, the battery manufacturer. Here's another, but this one is related to the trucking industry. Now, when I first delved into it, it sounded like that could be kind of dangerous. A newly developed electric semi-trailer can boost the fuel economy of tractor-trailer by nearly 37%, according to the company executives. See, it's another one of those new deals. Range Energy has developed a 53-foot electric semi-trailer with its own 200 kilowatt battery and 800-volt e-axle, electronic axle powertrain that can provide up to 10,326 foot-pounds of torque to the rear trailer wheels. It has an electric rear liftgate and electric landing gear. The trailer also features a shopping cart mode, which allows people, pay attention, which allows people to push the trailer by hand to move it around the truck yard. Shopping cart mode? Can you imagine, picking up the handles and pushing a 53-foot trailer just your... Now, how does this work? The electric trailer is designed to work with traditional diesel-fueled and newer electric semi-trucks without any need for modification. It works through the use of something called a smart kingpin. The kingpin senses the need for acceleration and or braking that the trailer puts on the truck and uses the electric motor on the trailer to help lessen the load. The electric trailer has undergone fuel economy testing, where it demonstrated a fuel economy boost of 3.25 miles per gallon, a 36.9% efficiency gain as compared to standard fuel consumption by a semi-truck. Now he tries to explain, we're essentially matching the fuel economy that you'd get if you were bobtailing your tractor. In a highly loaded city drive cycle, that number is actually 48%. On a mixed highway city cycle, it's 41%. And if we're looking at just over-the-road long-haul trucking, it's a little bit lower than that. All right, they break down where they were doing all the testing with the load of 59,000 pounds, gross vehicle weight, 60 miles per hour, top speeds across multiple scenarios, including stop and go and steady speed portions. Even beyond the 200-mile range expected from the battery of the trailer, Range says that their trailer can boost fuel economy by 10 to 15% through energy captured and released by regenerative braking. Now, the trailer takes 10.5 hours to charge on an AC connection, only 45 minutes on a 350 DC fast charger. Even if the trailer, I guess like the battery, even if the trailer fails when you're out on the road, it's still worth using because it just essentially becomes it's still a trailer. We default as just a trailer. One of the analogies the guys use is, we're kind of like an escalator. We can help you get to the top if we fail. We're still stairs. Worst case scenario, if all the Silicon Valley BS fails, it's still a trailer. So we're beginning to deploy these with our first customers this year. The goal is to start scale production in 24, probably late 24. We'll start selling these or seeing these things in volume on the roadways, he said, I'd say early 25. It's another new technology, so you've got an electric battery pack on the trailer. significant enough, I guess, if you're pushing the handle forward, those electric battery wheels will move that. You could physically, just as a person, not having to hook up a tractor, move that trailer around on the yard, I guess. Modern technology, we'll see where that goes. All right, yeah, we'll get to, I believe, the inbred redneck. Saw the bat signal, and Philip wanted to chime in real quick about the shopping cart trailer I'm just talking about there. We'll get back to you right after the break here. Alaska Airlines Sunday said they've agreed to buy Hawaiian Airlines, a $1.9 billion deal, including debt, putting on track for a potential clash with a Biden administration that's very wary of higher airfares in the industry. The combined company would keep both airline brands rooted in the nation's 49th and 50th states. Alaska will pay $18 in cash for each share of Hawaiian, whose stock closed Friday at $4.86 after losing just over half its value in the year alone, this year alone. A deal also includes $900 million in Hawaiian debt, which the airline said brings the total acquisition value to $1.9 billion.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Immigration advocates tell NBC News they're frustrated with President Biden's ambiguous border policies, asserting that the administration lacks clear wins on immigration. That's according to Janet McGuire, president of Unidos US, describing the situation as one step forward and two steps back. Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, asserted on ABC's The View that Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez should be expelled from the U.S. Senate. Fetterman drew parallels to the recent expulsion of Representative George Santos from the House of Representatives.
Santos's kind of lies were almost, funny, and he, landed on the moon and that kind of stuff. Whereas, I think, Menendez, is really a senator for Egypt, not New Jersey.
Fetterman says Menendez, who faces federal charges related to a bribery scheme, should face similar consequences if Santos deserved expulsion from Congress. A New York man stabbed 4 family members to death, injured 2 officers, and set a fire before being shot dead by authorities. Upon arrival, the suspect stabbed 2 officers, leading to his fatal shooting and the discovery of 5 stabbed individuals, with 4 fatalities in Queens, New York. Oscar-winning actress Susan Sarandon apologizing for her anti-Semitic rant at a pro-Palestinian rally in New York City after her Hollywood talent agency dropped her.
Sarandon saying her remarks were a terrible mistake. Back on November 17th, she tells the crowd in Union Square that Jews are getting a taste of what it is like to be Muslim in this country, so often subjected to violence. But on Instagram, Sarandon now writing, this phrasing was a terrible mistake, as it implies that until recently, Jews have been strangers to persecution, when the opposite is true.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A federal appeals court on Friday allowed lawsuits against Donald Trump over the U.S. Capitol riot to proceed.
The court dismissed Trump's claims of presidential immunity, but stated that he can continue to argue that his actions were taken in his official capacity as president as the lawsuits move forward. Trump contends that his rally speech addressing matters of public concern is protected by absolute presidential immunity, preventing him from being sued over the January 6th, 2021 riot. I'm John Schaefer.
A devoted University of Michigan graduate is suing the state after losing his cherished Go Blue license plate. Joseph Hardig III, a suburban Detroit lawyer, expressed the plate's sentimental value passed down from his late father and used on family vehicles for years. When attempting to renew it, he found it assigned to another car owner. Hardig is seeking a court order to prevent the state from transferring the plate to an Ann Arbor man, also a University of Michigan graduate living near the football stadium. Jerry Turner, known as the Golden Bachelor, has not only chosen his lady, Teresa Nist, but they have also revealed plans to marry next month. The announcement was made during the After the Final Rose special, and the couple's wedding will be featured on an ABC wedding special on January 4th. The show is sending the couple to Italy. Turner expressed a desire to tie the knot quickly, stating, "We're going to do it as quickly as possible because we don't have a lot of time to waste." Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome into a Monday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good morning to Rick in Columbus. Checking in. Just joining us, I guess. He said, has Sundance called in yet? No, he told us Friday morning. He told us that he's off tonight. But he will be checking in, undoubtedly. He'll be checking in tomorrow night because his friendly wager, he picked Alabama. And he was right. And he was also correct. Alabama would get into the playoffs. So there you go. 844-844-3388. Yeah, Philip wanted to chime back in about the shopping cart trailer. That sounds pretty wild to me.
That is wild, Steve. I didn't hear all the specifications you were given there, but how much does this trailer weigh? I mean, because you're going to have to sacrifice, space for a load to power the trailer. Did it have anything in there about the weight of the trailer or anything like that?
I don't see anything about the weight of the trailer, no.
Okay, and as far as the regenerative, that's dynamic braking. That's the same thing Tesla's using. That's putting power back in the battery so you don't have to charge the battery. So it's kind of like a hybrid system, the same one that the Tesla has. And a lot of people don't know this. I don't know if the newer drivers know this. I know the older guys out there know this. But back in the day, the dollies on the trailer, the landing gear, used to have wheels on them. So I wonder if these wheels are going to be on the landing gear to roll this trailer around. Did they have a picture or anything in the article with it, Steve?
Did not. No photos. So nothing to visualize. You just have to picture in your mind. So obviously some sort of an electric axle on the trailer itself.
Well, you've been in the big cities before, Steve, and seen those big long buses that look like they bend in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
Those are what they call articulated buses, okay? And they actually have the motor in the back. And the back is like a trailer. The motor's, what would you perceive as the front, what would be kind of like the tractor, doesn't have the motor in it. It's actually in the trailer. So it would work, but with a semi, it's a little different because it articulates, but you've got the tractor. When you get into a braking situation, there are some instances you don't want your trailer brakes tight, because that trailer could hold you and jackknife you. You see what I mean, Steve?
And that's kind of what I was thinking about. If you've got power from the rear, like the trailer axle, yeah, especially in winter driving conditions, that could be havoc, couldn't it?
Absolutely. And I can tell you right now, guys, dynamic braking with electric motors. I know I drive a train, and when dynamic braking with electric motors is a lot different than driving a fossil fuel vehicle. Okay, so the braking with dynamic, it's a lot quicker. And when it happens a lot quicker. I mean, it's a lot quicker. Now, you're going to take normal brakes on, like, say, a semi like we got today, a tractor like we have today, and hook it to something with dynamic braking. That's going to be a totally different animal in learning how to drive it. And then you start putting it into an icing condition, and I'm talking like black ice, and you're coming down a mountain or off a hairpin, and you've got dynamic braking happen. That's a different situation. Steve, you just can't go from driving your little Subaru to driving a Tesla. When you get a Tesla, it's going to take you at least about a month to get acclimated to driving it because of the braking alone. Because it isn't braking like you're used to. There's the fall off on it. When you let off the gas pedal on an electric motor, it's instantly. The fall off is instantly. And then you go into hit the brake pedal, you're going into something else there with the dynamic braking. So it's a totally different animal and learning how to drive it. My big question about that trailer is you're going to compromise the load for the power. You know, I mean, these companies want to jam as much as they can in the box. You know what I mean, Steve? I mean, that's how you make money. The more weight you got on it. And then if you throw something like that into the equation, your folks at the permit office are going to be making a bit of money because we're going to have to get an overweight permit for a 40,000-pound load. And that don't float when you're having to pay the bill. So just some food for thought there, buddy. And I'll catch you later. Thanks, bud.
I appreciate you checking back in. Yeah, it sounds like a fascinating technology. It's 11 past the hour. And 844-844-3388 Monday morning. Inbred Redneck, what's going on?
Oh, big buddy, I've been on vacation. Been having a hell of a time and had to clear my head so I can do some engineering stuff there, buddy. I've been working on the invention and whatnot. I'm trying to solve the global crisis of common people not having money. Okay? And I'm trying to put more money in the people's pockets. I can't release all the details just yet, but hey, every little bit counts. I'm here to do my deal. But yeah, I've been down Florida way, kind of staying in the winter home.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm heading back up north here. I got a wedding I gotta go to. My daggone brother, 50 years old, decides he's gonna get married. He made it 50 years in his lifetime without getting married. So now he decides to get married.
Were you trying to advise him otherwise?
Oh, you know me, Steve. I like to talk common sense, but some people don't listen. But hey, he's his own cat. If you want to sign your own death warrant, do it. Yeah. But buddy, I tell you what, I believe there's going to be a great opportunity for the people out there. Say you don't have a lot of money. And this is not what I'm working on. You know what? Done pretty well in crypto.
You need to work on your phone. What's going on? Are you on a landline, or it's what's all the crackling going on?
Oh, daggone, buddy. Let me try something here. Maybe it's goofy Bluetooth. How about now?
Sounds about the same to me.
Yeah, daggone, buddy. But I'll make it short and sweet. For a little investment of $10,000, I believe a person could probably end up putting $200,000 in their pocket if they buy Dogecoin. And I think by the end of January, that may come true. So I'm not trying to tell anybody out there what to do, but if I had an extra $10,000 laying around, I would be throwing it at Dogecoin.
All right, the doggy.
Because, yes, the doggy. As we all seen last time, Bitcoin done a big jump. It looks like the big jump is just beginning. It's on the upside, buddy. And the more inflation goes up, the more demand is going to come.
Okay. Well, 41 grand this morning. Yeah, I don't. Whatever's going on with the phone, that's crazy. Maybe he needs a new Bluetooth. Hard to hold a conversation like that. All right, what do we have here? 844-844-3388. Kind of an ongoing developing story over the weekend. They're in Los Angeles, where they've identified the shooter of 3 homeless men. According to NBC News, Jared Joseph Powell, 33 years old, was already in custody for the murder of a county employee, but police matched his car and the handgun found in it to the ones that were involved in the homeless killings. Have no idea what the motive would be. LA's mayor said 24 hours ago we announced there was a killer on the loose. Now he is in custody. In Las Vegas, police are also investigating a string of murders of homeless people. 5 homeless people were shot in Las Vegas on Friday, 2 of which were killed. Police said they were searching for a lone suspect. The Las Vegas attack transpired about 5:30 Friday afternoon near a highway overpass in the northern part of the city. Among the victims, a male in his 50s dead at the scene, 2 other males in their 30s said to be in stable condition. Another was listed as critical. A late teen male also reported in stable condition. The Las Vegas shooting shared similar characteristics, though, with the Los Angeles murders. Las Vegas police say they believe the incidents were isolated. Details about the victim or victims in Las Vegas weren't released. The Los Angeles victims were described as 2 Hispanic males and 1 black male. They also released CCTV footage showing a hooded suspect and a dark-colored sedan believed to be connected to those killings. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, Wheelchair Dave chimed in earlier. Supposedly in the racing world, it's a big event. It's the Snowball Derby. According to the Pensacola News, every Snowball Derby tells its own story. The biggest race in America delivers new edge-of-your-seat action every first Sunday in December that leaves the Five Flag Speedway faithful eager to turn the page to the next chapter. The hero of the 56th annual Snowball Derby Sunday at the famed half-mile asphalt was Wisconsin wonderkind Ty Majeski. Now, it's the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series driver's second Derby victory in the last 4 years. Majeski says, "I'm living my dream, driving race cars." He became the 12th driver to hoist multiple Tom Dawson trophies. This one is just as special as the first. The 29-year-old led 29 of the 300-lap super late model race, including the most important final 6. Bitter rivals Stephen Nass and Bubba Pollard wrecked on lap 294, fighting for the lead in front of Majeski, so that was a bit of help to allow him into the victory lane. Let's see, what else in the mix here? Anything can happen on Derby Day, he says. Gio Rigoretto, 19 years old, finished up runner-up, and 2019 Derby winner Travis Braden rounded out the podium. Cole Butcher finished 4th to post his 4th top 5 Derby finish. In 7 career starts, Matt Craig's 5th place finish was his first Derby top 5 in 5 attempts. Yeah, short track racing on the asphalt there. Big time. I think it was a 300 lapper. Pretty exciting racing there, though, in Florida this past day. So where, oh where have the tapes gone? Let me take you back to January the 6th. You know, Insurrection Day. It's amazing how these things happen in D.C. The chair of the Committee on House Administration's Subcommittee on Oversight, Representative Barry Loudermilk of Georgia, has reported that all video depositions given to the Democrat-led House Select Committee on January 6th have magically disappeared. Speaking with Just the News last week, he said all the videotapes of all depositions are gone. We found out about this early in the investigation when I received a call from someone who was looking for some information of one of the videotapes. We started searching, and we didn't have any. Nothing. I wrote a letter to the January 6th committee chair, Bernie Thompson, asking for them. And he confirmed they did not preserve those tapes. He didn't think they had to. Now, Loudermilk noted, wait, according to House rules, you have to preserve any data, information, and documents that are used in an official proceeding, which they did. The House Democrats actually aired portions of these tapes during their televised hearings, which means they had to keep them. Yet, they chose not to. Now, he explained, contrasting the footage with the current January 6 evidence could help piece together what happened that day. Points out that the former White House aide, Cassidy Hutchinson, has changed her testimony once before and that the transcripts alone will not do justice. When you got somebody like Cassidy, who has significantly changing her testimony, I want to see what her body language is when she gave her original testimony. I want to see what her voice inflection is. Was she very confident in what she was saying at the time, but then later decided to change it? This is why it's so important we have those videotapes. Now, he did say, I believe that's probably why we don't have them. I believe they exist somewhere. We just have to find where those videos are. Loudermilk's office did not respond to Newsmax for comment. Now, while the missing videos may affect Loudermilk's investigation, they could also affect the criminal proceedings in Washington, D.C. and in Georgia, where Donald Trump and his associates are being prosecuted for crimes stemming from January the 6th of 2021. They've magically disappeared. Our number, 844-844-3388. Coming up following the news break, bottom of the hour. Doesn't look like things are getting much better for Bud Light. Boy, the fallout continues. Sales continue to be down after they're partnering with Dylan Mulvaney back in April. Many thought by now this has got to come to an end, and it ain't working. Got a full update on that coming up. See, peak season, FedEx, UPS, as Dingbat mentioned earlier, it's downright crazy. But every year, UPS and FedEx and some regional parcel delivery carriers adjust the number of U.S. zip codes that are subject to relatively common yet costly per package levy, known as a delivery area surcharge, DAS, based on two outside estimates. UPS's changes for the new year will add the equivalent of 2.75 to 3 million Americans to their DAS list, even though they plan to remove more zip codes than they'll add. The internal data and population data from the Census Bureau, according to ShippingWise, the UPS changes will add the equivalent of about 2.9 million people to the DAS rolls, while about 15,000 will be removed. Now, the estimates indicate the zip codes being added for next year cover a much larger population compared to the zip codes that are being removed. That means, in theory and likely in practice, the UPS merchants will have to pay a per-package delivery area fee for more of their transactions. Now, FedEx has made note that their 2024 data available to analysts, although the consultancy said it's a safe bet it'll be probably pretty similar to UPS. Now, ShippingWise estimates that the 2024 changes at both carriers will result in nearly 30% of the population, 29% of the U.S. population that will be covered by DAS. Not really familiar. I'm guessing if you're someone that lives way out in the middle of nowhere, based on your zip code, is that where they charge you more to deliver? I'm not, like I said, no idea how that works, but millions more will be paying more in the coming year for those charges. All right, we'll get a news break in here, and of course, lines available, clear lines at 844-844-3388 Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. It's time for a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israel is increasing its attacks in Gaza while hunting down Hamas terrorists. Palestinian civilians are seeking shelter in southern Gaza as bombing intensifies in the Israel-Hamas war. The Israeli military ordered Palestinians to immediately evacuate half a dozen areas in South Gaza. The Iranian-backed Houthis are claiming responsibility for hitting 3 commercial ships from around the world with bombs in the Red Sea yesterday. The USS Carney destroyer shot down several drones that officials say were launched from Houthi-controlled parts of Yemen. U.S. Central Command claims it represents a direct threat to international commerce and maritime security. It's unclear how many drones were shot down by the destroyer. No casualties were reported to the U.S. government, and the extent of damage is claimed to be minor. Lance Pry, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, when I shared the numbers, background checks for gun purchases on Black Friday, yet another year, another record. We set our records 2020, 21, 22, 23. The trend continues. People are concerned about being able to defend themselves. And I guess this latest Gallup survey brings the true picture into light. Concerns about certain crimes are at their highest levels in decades, causing Americans to isolate themselves from their communities. The spike in fear as violent crime supposedly has decreased nationwide, while property crime has ticked up, according to the FBI. But a recent Gallup poll found that 28% of Americans worry frequently or occasionally that they'll be assaulted or murdered. According to the news release, that's a near record high. The Gallup poll surveyed more than 1,000 adults in October. Margin of error plus or minus 4 percentage points. Meanwhile, half of U.S. adults said they worry that their car will be stolen or broken into. 37% worry that they'll be mugged. 32% are concerned about getting attacked while driving. That's a near record high as well. Also, the vast majority of Americans, 72%, worry about falling victim to identity theft. This heightened apprehension, it's definitely had an effect, a detrimental effect on the daily lives of many Americans, causing them to curb what would be otherwise commonplace activities. 4 in 10 Americans, that's the biggest number in 30 years, are afraid to walk within a mile of their homes alone at night. Yeah, the last time concerns about walking alone were so high was in 1993, when nationwide crime was near an all-time high, according to the Brennan Center for Justice. 34% of Americans said concerns about crime prevent them from driving in certain areas of their communities. 28% said these same concerns keep them from attending events like concerts, fairs, sporting events. More than a quarter, 28% of those polled said that their anxiety about crime has prevented them from speaking to strangers. And that, as I said, and that correlates, makes perfect sense with the number of Americans looking to go purchase a sidearm for personal protection. Guess this is going to be another record Christmas with guns under the Christmas tree. See what's going on with Daryl this Monday morning. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family, and how's Mama Nim, and how's Stryker?
No complaints. Everybody doing well. Staying away from that creepy crud that's going around.
I was wondering what them people were going to do with all them guns if they was aggravated with the identity theft. Who they going to shoot?
Well, you can't do much about that, can you?
Do you read Wired magazine at all?
I share some articles from the internet from time to time, but no, I don't really frequent like the website or anything.
Well, for some reason or other, I get it every month, and they had an article about 3 teenage boys lived in different parts of the United States, and they were able to shut down a whole swath of the internet. And these kids had gone to Sunday school, and most of them were pretty good boys, but they went to Radio Shack as boys and bought parts, and they had old crappy computers and pieces of computers. And then they played this Minecraft game.
Yeah.
Found out how to beat it and how to work around it. And they shut down some big companies and big swaths of the internet before they caught up with them.
Really?
And I thought if they could do that, everybody is in danger of having identity theft. But last year, I do a few income taxes for people, and I did one, and it popped right out that the daughter was not allowed to file, and I asked the dad, I said, has she applied for work or done anything lately? And he said, no. And he called the girl, and she said, yes, she had applied for a job at a hospital or somewhere, and they had taken her Social Security number, and somebody had stolen her Social Security number and had already filed taxes under that Social Security number.
Wow.
And this man works in the education system. His wife works in a health system, and they're just regular, typical Americans. And the girl was in college, first year in college. And we have a devil of a time working around that. And so everybody, in my opinion, everybody's identity is it can be hacked at any time they want to. But at least people should use an antivirus like Norton's or McAfee. That might help a little bit. And I was intrigued whenever they started putting these scammers in gas pumps. How in the world could people do that? But they would take information right off the credit cards.
The skimmers. The skimmers, yep.
It was called skimmers?
Yep.
They had those here in Fairfield.
I mean, and there's been cases where skimmer. I don't know how they're able to do it. I mean, there's been cases where skimmers have been placed like on those swipe machines inside stores, like right on the counter. I don't know. It must be something you can do in the blink of an eye. Most of the time, they put them on the pumps outside and try to put them out, where the cameras can't see them. They hope. But, I mean, there's been cases where they've actually been able to get them on the counter inside of a convenience store.
I would know. Well, that would swipe a lot of money.
No doubt, yeah.
I came from the farming country, and in the fall of the year when the cotton crops would come in, there would always be a story about some guy with a machine, and you could roll a $1 bill in it, and a $10 bill would pop out the other end. And you had to put it in water somewhere or other, so the guy would run a tub of water in his bathtub. After he'd give the guy $5,000 or $1,000 or $10,000, his whole farming crop just about for the machine. And when he tried to do it, he rolled in a $1 bill and came out with a $1
bill. Oh, boy, that's the
little... And that was the early skimmers.
Yeah. Seems like
every fall of the year when the cotton crop come in, you'd read one of those stories,
I'll be darned. I mean, it seems like there's a time when I was a kid, you could go to the magic trick aisle in the toy store, and they'd have that little machine where you could roll out put in a 1 and roll out a 5. Little magic trick.
Yes, sir. And I mean, they would sell them to farmers, but they would want $5,000 or $1,000. They want a big wad of money for those things, and they would get so excited they'd buy one and lose their cotton crop. When I came from an area where Jesse James was supposed to rode through a lot on his horse, and I remember one time he stopped and got his shoe fixed at a blacksmith shop, and when he left, he tossed the old feller a $5 gold piece. And so some wise guy would go out in the Cache River bottoms and dig a hole in the ground about 20 foot deep and put a piece of metal down there and tell people that was Jesse James's safe that they found. And they put a rope around the edge and charged people $1 to look over in the hole.
Wow.
So these skimmers have been around a long time trying to take people from their money. I hope you got caught up on all the football scores. I see that Alabama beat Georgia, and somebody's going to be mad about that.
That is correct. Several of our Wheelchair Dave's a big Georgia Bulldog fan. He's not pleased.
Oh, I was really happy for Miami. Doggone it, I've been to a lot of their ball games over the years, and they deserved to win, and they beat Toledo. I used to go up there when the big tall guy that quarterback for Pittsburgh for so long played, and man, that guy was good. He could almost throw that ball from one end of the stadium to the other.
I think that's old. Is that Roethlisberger? Was that him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw him all 4 years. I'd go to 1 or 2 games a year, but he was good. You thought watching him play that he was going to go somewhere in the pros.
He sure did.
I watched the Green Bay Packers last night and the Kansas City Chiefs, and a guy taught that Kansas City Chief quarterback a thing or two about football. His name was Love, and just a little old bitty guy. But the Green Bay Packers beat them. Well, I'll let you go. I enjoyed listening to your show, Steve. As always, you are entertaining.
Well,
and
thank
I have
you.
to say I miss you over the weekend.
Well, thank you for tuning in on a Monday morning. Always appreciate getting those calls from Daryl there. Yeah, sharing from some of those stories from years gone by, all right? So that's, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. One of the stories making the rounds last week was being kind of twisted by some of the left-leaning media. As per Elon Musk, telling advertisers that are pulling their ads to go F themselves. Well, he did say that, but that wasn't the whole story. If you go back and listen to the interview, there was more in there than just that statement of go F yourself. The interview with CNBC at the New York Times Deal Book Summit, sparking some controversy, obviously, specifically the moment when he told advertisers, go F yourself. That's the way they're putting it. Several mainstream media outlets, including CNN, twisting his words to mean something he never intended. CNN was saying that he said to advertisers that didn't want to advertise on X to F off. That's not exactly what he said. When the question, Sorkin brought up advertisers threatening to drop their partnership with X, Musk was quick to share his feelings. At first, he simply said, don't advertise. Sorkin says, you don't want them to advertise? Kind of confused. He said, no, this is the key. No. If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go F yourself. And he did repeat that. And he said, is that clear? I hope it is. While the audience seemed to kind of laugh at his unapologetic candor, many media outlets were quick to jump on the opportunity to turn it against him. He wasn't saying if you don't want to advertise. He's saying if you want me to bend and silence people so you can pose and you won't be boycotted. That's essentially what he was saying. Go screw yourself. I don't want your money that badly. Some of these pooling advertising, trying to coerce him with money to go back to the likes of, I guess, the old Twitter, where you're censoring and silencing. To which he said, no. I'm not going to take your money to change the way this operation works. This is the way Americans, every one of us, should be. He said, our silence in the face of evil is evil itself. If you come to me with a threat and say, you better change this or change that, or we're going to boycott you, we're going to destroy you, is there a bigger definition of evil? You're kind of selling your soul every time somebody tells you to compromise. I guess according to Glenn Beck said, although Elon uses different verbiage, it was pretty much his way of saying, I'm not going to sell my soul. If that makes sense, and I think it does. Because I did go back and watch the entirety of the interview. Yes, if you're going to try to blackmail me with money, go blank yourself. And that's Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, about 8 before the hour on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. What do you say, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Don't have to worry about the radio chiming in. I guess they gotta do some kind of upgrade on them radios. So I'm driving in, I don't have to worry about hearing that thing go off. Hey, man, listen, you're exactly right, and this all stems from that advertisement that came out. They were claiming that's a Nazi advertisement that was on Twitter. Saw an interview with some high-tech guy, and he explained how that was all fabricated, how they managed to make that kind of happen. Then they were calling, well, maybe we should go woke on Elon and cancel culture his tax, calling for advertisements, not to advertise on X. So Elon came out and said, well, don't advertise. And the guy sitting next to him was like, huh? What do you mean? And that's what he said,
Yep.
Can't make it more clear than that, pal.
Yeah, and the fact that he said it twice, and he said, I hope that's clear. So.
Yeah. So, once again, Steve, anyone out here trying to tell the truth, trying to stand up for free speech, they are going to attack. Once again. So, open your eyes. Let's see if that's all of us out here. And one day they will come for all of us. Hey, man, I've been a little busy tonight. I missed a little bit of what you were talking about, all these attacks going on over in the Middle East. Sounds like things are escalating over there, or they want things to escalate.
Yeah, the Houthi rebels fired on a U.S. destroyer. Now, it's limited information we have right now. They're saying it appears they actually may have hit it, but they're saying like damage is limited. They fired on 3 vessels in total: container ship, I believe, a tanker, and the U.S. destroyer.
Steve, I'm telling you what, they're firing on a U.S. warship. Any other time on this planet, Steve, I would probably call for major retaliation.
Correct. Now, the Houthi rebels claimed responsibility for the attack on the, I guess, the container ship and the tanker. They did not claim responsibility for firing on the destroyer, but I mean, it's a no-brainer, right?
Yeah, I mean, they know, Steve. And listen, I'm sure the White House is probably trying to dumb this down, too. I mean, it is what it is, right? It's an act of war. But I think we need to step back here and let cooler heads prevail, and let's not let our emotions and rush to judgment. Let's think about this. But make no mistake, Steve, they are trying very, very hard to get things to escalate over there in the Middle East.
They're trying to
really, really ugly.
They want to drag us in. Yep. So.
Yes, sir. I mean, you know, part of the Navy's responsibility, Steve, ever since World War II, was to maintain the free lanes in international waters, you know, and then firing on any cargo ships, you know, it's an act of war. It's just that flat out simple. But let's, I mean, Steve, you know me, man. The Navy guy in me is saying, man, we need to take care of business, but we need to do it smartly.
Yeah.
Let's not let our emotions get ahead of us here. So, hey, man, I know you're getting at the top of the hour for a break. Everybody be safe. Steve, I could care less what happened in football on Saturday or Sunday. I was working, and I really don't care.
Okay.
There probably won't be a football season next year.
All right, Pappy, have a
Everybody
great morning.
be safe.
Happy Monday. Hammer down.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Immigration advocates tell NBC News they're frustrated with President Biden's ambiguous border policies, asserting that the administration lacks clear wins on immigration. That's according to Janet McGuire, president of Unidos US, describing the situation as one step forward and two steps back. Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, asserted on ABC's The View that Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez should be expelled from the U.S. Senate. Fetterman drew parallels to the recent expulsion of Representative George Santos from the House of Representatives.
Santos is kind of lies were almost, funny. And he, landed on the moon and that kind of stuff. Whereas, I think, Menendez, is really a senator for Egypt, not New Jersey.
Fetterman says Menendez, who faces federal charges related to a bribery scheme, should face similar consequences if Santos deserved expulsion from Congress. A New York man stabbed 4 family members to death, injured 2 officers, and set a fire before being shot dead by authorities. Upon arrival, the suspect stabbed 2 officers, leading to his fatal shooting and the discovery of 5 stabbed individuals, with 4 fatalities in Queens, New York. Oscar-winning actress Susan Sarandon apologizing for her anti-Semitic rant at a pro-Palestinian rally in New York City after her Hollywood talent agency dropped her.
Sarandon saying her remarks were a terrible mistake. Back on November 17th, she tells the crowd in Union Square that Jews are getting a taste of what it is like to be Muslim in this country, so often subjected to violence. But on Instagram, Sarandon now writing, this phrasing was a terrible mistake, as it implies that until recently, Jews have been strangers to persecution, when the opposite is true.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A federal appeals court on Friday allowed lawsuits against Donald Trump over the U.S. Capitol riot to proceed.
The court dismissed Trump's claims of presidential immunity, but stated that he can continue to argue that his actions were taken in his official capacity as president as the lawsuits move forward. Trump contends that his rally speech addressing matters of public concern is protected by absolute presidential immunity, preventing him from being sued over the January 6th, 2021 riot. I'm John Schaefer.
A devoted University of Michigan graduate is suing the state after losing his cherished Go Blue license plate. Joseph Hardig III, a suburban Detroit lawyer, expressed the plate's sentimental value passed down from his late father and used on family vehicles for years. When attempting to renew it, he found it assigned to another car owner. Hardig is seeking a court order to prevent the state from transferring the plate to an Ann Arbor man, also a University of Michigan graduate living near the football stadium. Jerry Turner, known as the Golden Bachelor, has not only chosen his lady, Teresa Nist, but they have also revealed plans to marry next month. The announcement was made during the After the Final Rose special, and the couple's wedding will be featured on an ABC wedding special on January 4th. The show is sending the couple to Italy. Turner expressed a desire to tie the knot quickly, stating, "We're going to do it as quickly as possible because we don't have a lot of time to waste." Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Get that final hour underway. Anybody familiar with any speed traps out there? We know they still exist. This is one, undoubtedly. I think it was Woodpecker sent me this last week. I believe it was. Little gas town, oil and gas town, outside of Lake Charles. The village of Fenton. Anybody familiar? Only covers about 20 blocks. You got a city hall, library, one gas station, small public housing complex, and of course, a Dollar General. Grain elevator, Baptist church. Drivers headed to East Texas from central Louisiana go right through town. You passed it all in under a minute's time. Now, in many ways, they say Fenton's like a number of small towns in Louisiana, but it is remarkable in one way. This village of 226 people collected more money in a single year through fines and forfeitures, primarily traffic tickets, than almost any other municipality in Louisiana, according to the audits. In the year ending June of 22, Fenton brought in $1.3 million that way. Fines being collected through what's known as a mayor's court, a little-known type of small-town court found only in Louisiana and Ohio. Now, in Fenton, its primary function is processing the thousands of traffic tickets written by a few police officers. Here, the mayor is also the judge, appointing the prosecutor, and if drivers ask for a trial, he decides their guilt or innocence. The mayor runs the village with revenue primarily made up of those fines. Bulk of the salaries of the people in the courtroom, everyone from the mayor to the clerk, comes from the fines and fees collected by the court. This arrangement is so ripe for conflict of interest that the fairness of mayor's courts has been challenged several times. One case resulted in a 1972 Supreme Court ruling that curtailed the power of mayors who take in a lot of money through their court. Fenton Village Attorney Mike Holmes, in an email to WVUE television, said the mayor presides over court in a neutral, impartial manner, consistent with Louisiana law. But the village's court records suggest something else about how it handles some of those tickets. Case summaries include curious notes from village employees and police officers. Some say not to fix tickets or reduce charges for drivers who had a bad attitude. Others suggest the police chief and others have a hand in dismissing charges. Although the mayor, Holmes, says tickets are dismissed only at his discretion. Holmes is the village attorney. Getting a clear answer to how Fenton operates in court and how fairly has been rather difficult. Over 4 separate visits, journalists from WVUE reviewed court files, town meeting minutes, municipal ordinances, body cam video. We asked for 3.5 years of electronic case summaries. We tried several times to see the court in action and meet with the mayor, eventually observing court once and speaking with the mayor for a mere 5 minutes. Village officials offered conflicting, confusing explanations for the mayor's role, how and why tickets are reduced or dismissed in some cases, why the town asked the state to suspend so many driver's licenses, and how often trials are actually held. Their description of how the town runs the court did not align with the state judicial college guidance or that U.S. Supreme Court ruling. These irregularities demonstrate the problems inherent in this unique kind of court system in place across the state of Louisiana. The mayor, who's trying to raise money for the city, is in charge of prosecuting these minor criminal offenses and getting fines brought back to the city. There's no accountability, though. They can pretty much do whatever they want. Fenton, Louisiana. You'll roll through in a minute's time, but you better watch your speed. What do you say, Brain Dead?
Well, that sounds like a couple of these towns over here in Arkansas, Steve. I mean, they cracking down on them now. What was it here about 20 years ago before they put that 555 through? Going up to Jonesboro, Gilmore and Tyronza was told by the state attorney general, that if they even thought about writing a ticket on US 63, which is now 555, that they will have their credentials pulled. And I know about 5 years ago, the towns of Imboden, Black Rock, and Raventon, the state attorney general told them the same thing. If they wrote a ticket on US 63, they will lose their credentials. They will not be allowed to do any police work at all. Because I know here, was it Mason, Tennessee, the state here was a few years ago disbanded the whole police department, and now the highway patrol has to patrol US 70, which runs through town, and the sheriff's department handles all the other calls.
Very interesting. 1.3 million in fines, though, for a little town, small town, USA.
When the one about 5 years ago, I was talking about Imboden, Black Rock, and I can't think of it, Raventon. Those three towns combined wrote more tickets in 1 month than the entire state.
Wow.
In 1 month. And US 63 is a very heavily traveled road out to Spring River, which is a very nice place to go, but just don't get caught bringing beer in there because it's a dry county, and even possession will throw you in jail, Steve. So, but anyway, was it Eagle earlier that was talking about the no fun league? I mean, the NFL and throwing the security guard out of the
he
ball
brought
game.
that up.
Wasn't it Eagle?
It was that was what was that? The Eagles 49ers. I can't remember which game it
Eagles
was.
Niners. Yeah. They Dingbat was on. She called me here a little bit ago before she laid down with the bed. The Dolphins had this happen to them a couple of weeks ago. Now, they got a young man that does a lot of the pictures, the photos, and the filming for their marketing department, like for Facebook, Twitter, etc. And he was on the sidelines, and he had his phone out, and Tyreek Hill scored a touchdown, grabbed his phone, did a backflip in the end zone, handed it back to him, and as he was walking off the field, he kind of did that jump for joy. The NFL, the No Fun League, has suspended his credentials till after the season. So now you see why I call it. I'm now calling it the No Fun League.
Yep.
I mean, I don't care. I don't care for pro football. I mean, honestly, we live down here in Football Central, and a lot of the guys at the warehouse and in the store, they'll ask, okay, who's your team? Don't care for pro football. I don't. Because when you look at it, Steve, when you go to the high school games, These kids play their heart out to get that college scholarship. And when they hit that college level, they play their heart out to get to the pros. Once it's to the pro level, you just hang it up. They don't care all about the Benjamins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been a baseball fan. I've been a baseball fan for about as long as I've been alive. And if you notice the old players, Johnny Bench, Mickey Mantle, Pete Rose, those guys played for the love of the game. I mean, look at how many players stayed from a team from their rookie year to when they retired versus now. I mean, you got Ohtani who's looking to be who's in free agency right now. There's 4 teams that are looking to sign him on. I mean, heck, Bryce Harper was a year or two ago signed a $13.3 million deal. I mean, there's a rumor floating around that Juan Soto, who went from the Nationals to the Padres, is unhappy out there, is looking to be traded. So there's no more love of the game anymore. It's all about the dollars and cents.
Yeah.
Sad times, but we need to have a talk with Dingbat. We have got to have a talk with her. I forgot to tell you this, right around Thanksgiving, you know. Yeah, I'm sitting there driving along, you know, working, and she's like, well, I'm going to the grocery store to pick up stuff for Thanksgiving, right? I said, all right, make sure you pick up a Butterball. She said, Butterball? I said, yeah, pick up a Butterball. She goes, isn't that an award show for cattle farmers? Bye to me.
There you go. I'd have to almost ask, is Dingbat a blonde by chance? 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good Monday morning to our good friend Steve in Columbus, who chimes in. Good morning, Steve, all the listeners out there. Here we go again. Weekend went by way too fast. Here's another Monday right in the face. Actually, it was a pretty busy weekend for us, so the relaxation. I thought you anticipated a relaxing do-nothing weekend. Relaxation was few. He said, the coffee's hot, car's running, time to head into town for a new day. All right. Yeah, I mean, doesn't it happen like that every time? Yeah, all the intentions of we're going to have a relaxing, do-nothing kind of weekend. Turns into, got all these sudden, got an issue here, got an issue there, got to fix this, got to fix that. And it's 844-844-3388. Story a week or two ago. Talking about unidentified flying objects. Cue the Twilight Zone. A secretive wing of the Central Intelligence Agency has been working to recover non-human craft from crash sites around the planet for decades. The report from the Daily Mail, now this is according to anonymous sources. 3 sources, all of whom spoke to the newspaper under that condition, said the Office of Global Access, the OGA, which is part of the Central Intelligence Agency's Science and Technology Directorate, have been coordinating USO retrievals and retrieval efforts since 2003, 20 years. Sources said they each had been briefed by individuals who took part in these retrieval missions. There's at least 9 vehicles. There's different circumstances for different ones, according to one source. It has to do with the physical condition they're in. If it crashes, there's a lot of damage done. Others, 2 of them, are completely intact. This source added that the CIA has a system in place that can discern UFOs while they're still clocked, and will send a special military unit to any location where these craft land or crash. The task at hand is simply to get it into custody and protect the secrecy of it, said another source. The actual physical retrieval is by the military, but it's not kept under military control because they have to keep too many records. So they start moving it out fairly quickly into private hands. Another source said the OGA acts as a facilitator for people to get in and out of countries, adding that they are very clever at being able to get anywhere in the world they want. Like I said, cue the Twilight Zone. Are we alone? Are we hiding these things? Makes you kind of wonder. About 23 past the hour. Going back, again, several weeks ago, it was the Future of Freight Festival. The future, the federal government cracking down on broker fraud, the Teamsters, unionizing new trucking companies. When its president isn't getting into potential fistfights with a certain Oklahoma lawmaker. But lawmakers in both the House and Senate introduced legislation that would remove the clause. This is going back to the overtime thing, a lot of talk. Removing the clause in the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 that exempts motor carriers from providing overtime pay. Now, that would be a boon for truck drivers who work at trucking companies. It is not clear how it would affect the approximately 300,000 drivers who own and operate their own trucks. As you could expect, the lobbyist group that represents trucking employers has slammed this potential law. That would be the ATA. Yeah, lots of truck drivers, though, sent email with their thoughts on this legislation. And even more left a comment in regards to an article we had shared. I believe this is FreightWaves. So I thought I'd turn over this edition of Modes to the drivers who emailed us their thoughts on the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act. Yes, some comments are slightly edited for clarity. Starting with a truck driver for 21 years based in Chicago, Joshua Allison. He said, back in the day when I ran reefer, there would be loads where I would sit for 2 or 3 days for the loads to finish and get loaded. I wasn't getting paid because that employer paid mileage and no layover pay. So that was all free in terms of pay. Now, pretty much any freight you're hauling can take a while to get loaded or unloaded. The detention time doesn't kick in for 2 hours usually, and it doesn't pay much. You know, just think if I was working a job that wasn't driving and did 2 hours of free labor. Honestly, I think they should just pay hourly. There's a lot of free labor that these employers get, fueling, post-trip inspection, breakdowns, and so on. These companies can afford to pay drivers better. They just don't want to. It's all about the greed. We all know the price of everything's going up, and it's going up because of greed. Wages nowadays are not paired with company profits like it should be, where it used to be. Oh, we're doing good. Let's share the wealth with the people that make our company run, either bonuses or pay incentives. Now, that goes to only the executive level now. That's a shame. Yeah, I could tell you half the executives wouldn't know what to say if you ask what a specific employee in certain positions do every day at the company they're running. You had Nick, truck driver for 27 years, who says charge the shipper and receivers for the waiting and detention time. That'll fix delays. I'm at a company now, no overtime pay. Now I'm injured. I'm tired of cheap old trucks, shift and clutch. My back is pretty much shot. Absolutely, there's a lot of unpaid scenarios. I make $20.50 an hour to drive 80,000 pounds. Now, my daughter makes $17 an hour doing steakhouse carryout. So, yeah, I'm pissed. The industry is broken. We need protection. I don't care if the goods are going to cost more. Just fix the manipulation. And maybe one more here. Rick Wick, truck driver for 22 years based in Ontario, Canada, says, I'm a Canadian truck driver. The same BS goes on here, too. Although the company I work for pays overtime after 10 hours, only reason is we're a specialized carrier. We're talking heavy haul. I've pulled dry vans. The money was brutal. When you take into account the days away from home, not having access to proper washroom or shower free of charge, not being able to eat properly, it most definitely takes a special person. I have great respect for these men and women who do it. A lot of drivers are working 55 plus hours a week for straight time pay. In a lot of cases, they're probably only being paid for 40 hours of that. And they wonder why there's a problem in the trucking industry. Some of the comments, some of the sentiments for drivers of many years out there. It is 844-844-3388. Come back following a news break on a greatest day of the week. Happy Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israel is increasing its attacks in Gaza while hunting down Hamas terrorists. Palestinian civilians are seeking shelter in southern Gaza as bombing intensifies in the Israel-Hamas war. The Israeli military ordered Palestinians to immediately evacuate half a dozen areas in South Gaza. The Iranian-backed Houthis are claiming responsibility for hitting 3 commercial ships from around the world with bombs in the Red Sea yesterday. The USS Carney destroyer shot down several drones that officials say were launched from Houthi-controlled parts of Yemen. U.S. Central Command claims it represents a direct threat to international commerce and maritime security. It's unclear how many drones were shot down by the destroyer. No casualties were reported to the U.S. government, and the extent of damage is claimed to be minor. Lance Pry, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
When you live in a little country town out of the way, you and all your neighbors learn to do an awful lot of things for yourselves, and you come to be very independent of as much outside help as is possible, because you just can't always pick up a phone and call somebody for help. You just got to do it your own self. So lots of times folks will just get real good at doing one thing or another, and they sort of specialize in that field. And that's the way it was with Chicken Watson. Chicken was the closest thing we had to a veterinary in our part of Long County, Georgia. He was called on all the time to fix up sick animals, and Chicken specialized in sick mules. I guess he knew more about sick mules than anybody that ever lived. We had a couple that lived there named Glenn and Clara Purdy. And Glenn was a seaman, and he'd be gone sometimes 3, 4, 5 weeks at a time. He shipped out of the port of Jacksonville, Florida, second-class seaman. And one summer, when Glenn was off on a trip somewhere, one of his most prized mules got out in the onion grass and sour weeds and just had himself a feast. He swole up like a balloon. He was moaning and snorting. He's in pain, all bloated up real bad. And if you know anything about animals, you know that when they get in that shape, you don't get them some relief pretty soon, they're going to die. Well, Clara come home from shopping in Ludowici, and that mule was in bad shape. He was down bad. Clara knew if that mule died, then she just better get shut of town because Glenn had fixed her clock. Glenn had raised more hell than 26 preachers at a Baptist prayer meeting. She went running out there. That mule was groaning and moaning. She opened up that barnyard gate and run in there, looked him all over, run around him in a circle a couple times. She balled up her little fist and she hauled off and punched him in the side just as hard as she could and run over and jumped up on the fence and sat there. And nothing happened, so she come running back and she balled up her little fist and she give him another shot and run sit up on that fence. And the reason she was running to get up on that fence is cause you don't want to be nowhere near a bad down mule if that gas pops loose. Now, you may think a paper mill smells bad or some of that Los Angeles fog, but you don't want to be anywhere in the same county with a mule if that gas pops loose. Anyway, she hit him and she hit him and she'd run and jump on the fence and nothing happened except that mule got madder and sicker and furiouser. And Clara was in a panic. That mule was hurting. And Glenn was going to put the hurt on her if anything happened to that mule. She ran across the road where some folks had a telephone, and she called down the feed and hardware store looking for Chicken Watson, and he was there. He worked around there sometimes, and she got him on the phone, and she hollered at him, told him what the matter was, and he sort of tried to calm her down. Now, Clara's about half deaf, and she was shouting in one end of the line about what was the matter, and Chicken was shouting in the other end of the line, and that mule was moaning and braying and snorting out there, and things were going from bad to worse. And finally Chicken shouted, said, "Damn it, Clara, now shut up and let me tell you what to do." Clara was sniffling and crying and listening the best she could, and she shut up long enough for Chicken to tell her, and he told her, said, "You go out to the barn and you get 1.5 cups of turpentine, 3 cups of sorghum molasses, and 3 cups of that old sour dandelion wine that Glenn keeps out there, and you put it in one of them small crocks, and you mix it up real good, take it in the house, add about 1/2 knock of baking soda, put it in a pot and bring it to 1/2 boil. You take it out there and you pour it in that mule and you wait 5 minutes, and then you go over there and you kick him in the belly, right behind the ribs as hard as you can, and you run like hell and get up on that fence." Clara said, "Chicken, I ain't about to pour that down that mule's throat. Now, I know Glenn is going to hurt me bad, but I'd rather have that happen than to lose 4 of my fingers from that mule chewing on it." Chicken said, "Clara, you ain't going to lose no fingers." Said, "You go out to the barn and you get that planting bugle and you run it down that mule's throat and pour it down in there." You know what a planting bugle is? A planting bugle is a long brass tube about 3.5 feet long, and it's got a bell on one end. It looks like one of them horns they blow in them old-timey movies when them knights come and go knock each other off their horses. It looks like, you know, them Robin Hood horns. And you use it, you hold it in your left hand, and you put that sack of corn or seed on your shoulder, and you hunch that seed, and them seed will go down in that bell, and they come out 1 or 2 at a time, and it spaces your crop. It's a planting bugle. It's got a flared in, sort of a funnel at one end. And when I was a kid, you could take that bugle, and the folks, the mamas and daddies around Long County, if you held your mouth just right and blew on it hard enough, you could get a blasting sound that you could hear for 1.5 miles. And in the late afternoon, you'd hear them planting bugles going off all over Long County, Georgia, folks calling the kids home for supper. Well, Clara run back across the road. She found the bugle. She got the crock. But like I told you, she's about half deaf, and she got the measurements all mixed up. She put in 3 cups of turpentine. She put 1.5 cups each of sorghum molasses and green persimmon wine. And instead of 1/2 knock, which is when you knock a box of powder on the side of a pot, you just bump it easy and a little bit comes out. That's 1/2 knock. Instead of 1/2 knock, she put in 1/2 box of baking soda. And she put it on the stove and she brought it to 1/2 boil, which is when them little bitty bubbles start coming up out of the bottom of the pot. And she grabbed that pan, got that bugle, and she run out in the yard. But by the time she got there, that mule was in bad shape. He was dying. She had that pot in one hand and that planting bugle in the other. And she's crying and scared and excited, and that mule was down on his front knees with his forehead right flat on the ground. And she run around him in a circle trying to figure out how she's going to get his head up to get that bugle down his throat with his forehead flat on the ground, and she knew there wasn't no way to get it in there, so she just run around behind him and picked up his tail and drove it home. And she'd jiggle that bugle a couple of times, and she'd pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice and jiggle that bugle and pour that juice, and finally got all of him. And she ran up and got on the fence, and she was sitting there, and she counted to 300 real slow. She got off that fence, she run over there and took her foot, and she like to punted that mule halfway out of the barnyard. She give him a shot, and she run back and got on the fence, and she hadn't no more got there than that mule just kind of levitated up off the ground. He just come up. That juice hit ground. It hit bottom. Them weeds that was causing that blockage just kind of dissolved. He jumped right straight up on the air. He let fly with that planting bugle. Boom! And he was gone down the road. Well, Clara had forgot to shut the barnyard gate. He went out that gate like he was on fire, hit that state road, made a right turn, and went down toward Big Will's Creek, and about every 10 steps he was letting fly with a blast on that planting bugle. Boom! Sound like an air horn. Well, now, Big Will's Creek is about 100 feet wide. And the mill had built one of them old hand-pulled barges to get the log trucks from one side of the creek to the other side of the creek. And they'd hired this old boy named Dude Barnes to stand there and pull them trucks back and forth across the creek. And Dude stayed in the little house right there on the bank of the creek, and when he'd hear one of them air horns, why, he'd go out there and he'd pull that old barge. He'd pull that old ferry over to whatever side of the creek he heard that horn blowing on. Well, it was late on a Saturday afternoon, and he was about half squashed on that old Pop Skull whiskey, and it was hot, and he'd been sitting there in that old house, and he heard that bugle blowing. Boom! He run out there, and he started tugging on that barge, see? He was going to get it over there where that truck was coming, he thought. Well, meantime, there's a log truck coming in the other direction. And old Dude just kept coming, and that truck would blow his air horn, boom, out, and that bugle would blow from that mule, boom, out, and old Dude just kept tugging, getting that ferry over to the other side of the creek. That truck come around that curve and whoop, right into Big Will's Creek, because the barge was gone. About that time, Dude hit the other side of the creek, and here come that mule. He run right out to the end of that barge. He let fly with a blast on that bugle, and he took one jump, landed on his knees on the other side of the creek, stood right straight up, boom, and he was gone. We ain't never seen that mule again. Gone to Texas. Well, that log truck was underwater. An old Dude was just standing there with his mouth open, watching everything go on. And he got that truck driver out of that truck. Truck was a total loss. An old Dude and that truck driver is walking down the road cussing at each other. Glenn and Clara Purdy got a divorce. Ain't never seen that mule again. Truck driver got fired. An old Dude got fired too, because they figured any man that didn't know the difference between a log truck and a mule with a bugle up his butt didn't need to be running no ferry boat anyway.
Well, good morning to the Dipsy Driver. Says my dad will be 96 in January. Has a lovely wife. And my stepmom now for about 40 years. How about that? Good to have you on board here on a Monday. I think Norman checked in as well. Gary's on board. Good to have you with us. I don't know if you can believe, which I have a hard time believing this one. Headline from Newsmax is Arab leaders are privately siding with Israel against Hamas. What? Would you buy that? Even if some are publicly condemning the operation in Gaza as endangering innocent civilians who refuse to leave or are being forced to stay. Now, this was the report from Haaretz, the Israeli news agency last week. Arab leaders are ultimately viewing Hamas as a dangerous domestic enemy on their lands. So they're urging Israel to keep fighting in Gaza after the operation to return hostages taken by Hamas. According to the report, publicly, some of them, like Egypt and Jordan, are falling in line with public opinion in their countries and condemning the civilian deaths caused by Israel's military response. But behind the scenes, almost every leader in the region, now it says almost, including in most of the Gulf states, is urging Israel to end the war only after Hamas is defeated, since they view the organization as a dangerous domestic enemy. The problem that looms, as Israel's defense forces spokespeople have told us, is Hamas is hiding among the civilians, including moving south from northern Gaza. Israel's going to have to go into southern Gaza, which is more densely populated and already has displaced civilians that were forced to move out of the north amid the operations there. Hamas uses civilians as human shields, in particular, hospitals, places where children are. Israeli forces have warned that for quite some time. Israel pounded targets in the crowded southern half of the Gaza Strip over the weekend, Saturday, ordering more neighborhoods designated for attack to get out, driving up the death toll even as the U.S. and others urged them to do more to protect the civilians. A day after the truce collapsed, fighting began again last Friday after a 7-day pause. Military said Saturday they had hit more than 400 Hamas targets across Gaza over the past 24 hours. Airstrikes, shelling from tanks, naval gunships, included more than 50 strikes in the city of Khan Yunis and surrounding areas. That's the southern half of Gaza. In the clearest sign yet that a return to negotiations for further truces was not likely, Prime Minister Netanyahu directed negotiators to return to Israel. There ain't nobody there to talk to. With the resumption of fighting, the Israeli military has now published an online map carving up the Gaza Strip into hundreds of numbered parcels, asking residents to familiarize themselves with the number where they're located at ahead of the evacuation warnings. In other words, trying to give civilians a heads up. But if you're giving the civilians a heads up, you're at the same time giving Hamas a heads up, if that makes sense, obviously. The military used that map for the first time over the weekend, listing more than 24 parcel numbers in areas around Gaza City in the north and east of Khan Yunis. The military also dropping leaflets with evacuation orders over the towns east of Khan Yunis. For the families of remaining hostages, the collapse of the truce is quite the blow to hopes for their loved ones to be maybe the next ones out. A 70-year-old woman held by Hamas was declared dead over the weekend, bringing the total number of known dead hostages now to 8. So trying to advise people, I guess it's kind of like when you live in Florida or along the Gulf Coast where they have evacuation zones. Know what your zone number is. When we announce your zone number to get out, that's kind of what they're trying to tell the people in Gaza. Advance warning, we're coming in, or this particular zone is going to be hit with air bombardment, possible bunker penetrating munitions to get into some of those underground tunnels. All right, there you go. It is 844-844-3388. Got to get back to the rest of the story in regards to Bud Light. Coming up right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you, Roy. Giving us the rest of the story on a scenario that Dingbat brought up earlier this morning. I had not caught that. She works for FedEx, and she pointed out that a FedEx worker she mentioned had passed away after an accident at the World Hub in Memphis late last week. The worker was injured while working on Wednesday, taken to the hospital in critical condition, died at the hospital. Police didn't immediately release the identity of the worker, how the employee was hurt, and what type of injuries she had received, but Dingbat mentioned that she was apparently run over. Memphis-based FedEx released a statement saying the investigation is ongoing. But yes, we extend our deepest sympathies to the family and friends who are mourning their loved one. FedEx employs about 30,000 people in Memphis. 2 employees were killed in accidents last year at that Memphis hub as well. So, any time, doesn't matter what time of year it is, any time of year. Horrible time, but the holidays, losing a loved one, it just everything is completely disrupted for those families now. Meanwhile, Bud Light, trying to recover. And I guess it ain't going over well. 2 of the most beloved NFL legends in history, Peyton Manning and Emmitt Smith. Manning, of course, the lovable, aw-shucks goofball who just happens to have a supercomputer for a human brain, at least when it comes to quarterbacking. Winning multiple Super Bowls, multiple league MVP awards, playing for the Colts and the Broncos. Emmitt Smith, the workhorse running back of America's team, the Cowboys, during that dynasty run in the mid-1990s. Also turned out to be a pretty good actor, at least based on his recruiting role as himself on his beloved sitcom, How I Met Your Mother. You'd be hard-pressed to find 2 NFL icons with higher favorability ratings than these 2. It would take a truly toxic person to get people to sour on these 2 guys. Well, enter Bud Light. The beer brand and the parent company Anheuser-Busch InBev fighting a losing public relations battle ever since they briefly partnered with Dylan Mulvaney back in April. They have been working overtime since then to win back fans, and to a certain degree, somewhat it worked. Most recently, Bud Light partnered with UFC, which probably has the largest concentration of conservative sports fans of any of the major professional sports leagues. But while more high-profile endorsements may start trickling in for Bud Light, it's not clear if it's actually working, at least based on the sentiment of the everyday guys and gals out there. First, here's the latest Bud Light stunt involving assuredly high-paid celebrities. The 60-second ad, which basically showed Maddie and Smith tossing around and enjoying cans of Bud Light with a bar, isn't anything noteworthy in itself. But looking at the comments, though, pretty clear the endorsement isn't sticking the landing. Posts such as, "Still not drinking it," said one. Now, Bud Light actually responded to that post saying, quote, "When you change your mind, we'll have a cold one ready for you." That response was promptly eviscerated in the comments as angry former fans made it clear their minds will not be changing. At this point, it's not clear what Bud Light can do, if anything, to win back the fans they lost. Well, I would interject there. I think if we'd go back 6 months ago, many of those fans they lost at the time simply said, if you would come out and admit you made a mistake, I might be willing to forgive. But no, they had, rather than admitting they made a mistake, they pretty much doubled down, announcing they're sticking with the LGBTQ community and all that. Yeah, we've seen it all happen. Either way, the outcome that Bud Light is clearly banking on is that people will eventually forget, if not forgive, after enough time passes. And, of course, if we can bring in all these celebrity-filled advertisements, they may or may not eventually be proven correct. But in the meantime, it's clear that those who started the boycott doesn't want to be associated with the brand. No matter how many Super Bowl champions the beer brand wants to throw out there. Okay, Bud Light, try. I did see that ad over the weekend, as a matter of fact. I haven't seen any hard numbers, though, on their sales, which had plummeted 25 to 30% at one point. Still struggling. All right, with that, we are fresh out of time, right? We close out a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Hope you enjoy your day. Be safe traveling out there. And come back at the midnight hour Eastern Time. We'll kick it off again for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but